Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Giovanni, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer. Sebuah kebanggaan bagi saya menjadi ambasador di Top Clans 2020 untuk Indonesia. Ini adalah turnamen e-sport multi-game paling besar ya di Asia Tenggara di tahun 2020. Menurut saya, passion itu adalah menjadi lebih gigih, berani, dan pantang menyerah. 2020 ini adalah tahun yang sulit karena COVID-19, banyak orang yang kehilangan nyawanya, kehilangan harapan, kehilangan keyakinan untuk masa depan. Tetapi kita tidak boleh menyerah, tetaplah menjaga jarak, menjaga kesehatan, memakai masker, dan percayalah pada harapan. Turnamen ini akan dimulai tanggal 25 September 2020 dan kalian semua bisa menonton melalui channel-channel official dari Top Clans 2020. Ada Facebook, ada YouTube, dan juga ada Twitch. Mari kita ikuti acara ini bersama-sama dan ucapkan slogannya dengan semangat, "This is passion." Jadi buat teman-teman semua, jangan lupa like video Papol dan dukung terus Papol. Terima kasih.
Hai, salam semua. Saya Master Kokan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020, iaitu acara terbesar untuk pertandingan SEA Multi Games Esport 2020. Top Clan akan mengadakan tournament terbesar mereka dengan hadiah yang terkumpul cukup lumayan bernilai $85,000 USD. Saya adalah seorang content creator dan juga saya seorang streamer. Perkara yang paling penting bagi saya adalah saya mendapatkan semangat dan juga kepuasan ketika bermain game. Bagi saya, kepuasan itu adalah apabila ketika saya bermain game. Ketika saya bermain game, saya berpeluang dapat berkenalan dengan kawan-kawan baru. Dan perkara yang paling penting sekali adalah saya dapat menjadi ahli gaming community di dunia ini. Itulah dia kepuasan kita. Pertandingan ini akan bermula pada 25 September ini. Dan kita boleh menyaksikan secara live di saluran rasmi Top Clan 2020, Facebook, YouTube dan juga Twitch. Marilah bersama-sama mengikuti permainan dan juga perlawanan ini. Dan tidak lupa untuk melaungkan slogan, "This is passion!" Peace!
Hi everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Toplands 2020. Toplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Toplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title, continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase, also for mobile, with its Toplands appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Toplands 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000 US. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Toplands 2020 tournament will begin on September 25 and we can watch through Toplands 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/toplandsofficial and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/toplandsesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020 วันนี้เนยจะมาแนะนำ Top Can 2020 ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 ก็คือการจัดการแข่งขันเกม e-sport ที่ยิ่งใหญ่และสุดพิเศษที่สุดใน Southeast Asia ของปี 2020 นี้ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 เนี่ยเขามีการจัดการแข่งขันเกมมากมายหลายเกมเลยเพื่อนๆคนไหนที่สนใจก็เข้าไปดูรายละเอียดตรงลิงก์นี้ได้เลยเดี๋ยวเนยจะขึ้นลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะส่วนตัวเนยชอบเล่นมาเวลทอมแอนด์เจอรี่เพราะว่าแบบสนุกมากเลยเพลินเล่นได้ทั้งวันเลยค่ะซึ่งไม่ต้องสงสัยเลยนะว่าทำไมเนยถึงเล่นหลายเกมนะคะเพราะว่าส่วนตัวเนยเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนยต้องค้นหาแพชชั่นจากการเล่นเกมซึ่งแพชชั่นของหนูก็คือการทำให้คนดูมีความสุขยิ่งหนูเห็นคนดูที่ดูหนูมีความสุขยิ่งทำให้หนูมีแรงผลักดันในการทำสิ่งนั้นต่อไปให้มันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆค่ะและสุดท้ายนี้อยากจะชวนทุกคนไปชมการแข่งขันที่จะเริ่มขึ้นในวันที่ 25 กันยายนนี้เป็นต้นไปได้ที่ Top Can 2020 Official Channel และอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตามเป็นกำลังใจให้เนยด้วยนะคะเนยอยากให้ทุกคนมีความสุขและสนุกไปกับการแข่งขันนี้ This is passion
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, mình xin tự giới thiệu mình là Đơ Ca Khỉ, tên thật của mình là Phạm Hoàng Lộc. Hiện tại mình đang là streamer tự do trên Facebook Gaming Việt Nam. Hôm nay mình rất vinh dự được thông báo mình sẽ trở thành đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan 2020. Giải đấu có thể coi là lớn nhất khu vực Đông Nam Á dành cho các tựa game mobile nói chung và esports nói riêng, được tổ chức bởi hãng game SEA. Top Clan là giải đấu quy tụ rất nhiều bộ môn nổi tiếng trong khu vực Đông Nam Á, chẳng hạn như là Marvel Super Alien, Dota 2, Tom và Jerry Chase, Tekken 7 và đặc biệt là tựa game đã được phát hành ở Việt Nam là Rule of Survival. Giải đấu có quy mô toàn Đông Nam Á và là giải đấu esports tổ hợp lớn nhất khu vực. Với tư cách là đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan thì DK Khỉ cảm thấy vô cùng tự hào khi lần đầu tiên Khỉ được thấy mình được sống với niềm đam mê game của mình và niềm đam mê này được công nhận bởi cộng đồng quốc tế. với slogan This is passion, thổ bùng đam mê. Giải đấu Top Clan là nơi để các bạn có niềm đam mê giống đơ ca khỉ, được theo dõi sự phát triển của ngành game quốc tế như thế nào. Giải đấu sẽ được tổ chức vào ngày 25 tháng 9 sắp tới và chúng ta có thể theo dõi trên cả fanpage Facebook lẫn kênh YouTube. Hãy truy cập fanpage Top Clan 2020 và kênh YouTube Top Clan Esports để theo dõi đơ ca khỉ và giải đấu nhé. This is passion, thổi buồn đam mê. Các bạn hãy cùng đơ ca khỉ chinh phục giải đấu Top Clan 2020 nhé.
Hi everyone! It's me, your Ate Nikki from facebook.com/playwithnikki. I am a gamer, a streamer, a shoutcaster, and a host.
Everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Toplands 2020.
Hey guys, Asura here, and if you guys don't know who I am a professional shoutcaster, esports commentator, content creator, and streamer residing in the Philippines.
Hai, salam semua. Saya Master Kokan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020.
Hello everyone, I'm Rosdak ASG, also known as Madam Mayora. I'm the team manager of Team Rosdak.
Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Giovanni, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer.
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่าอีโวตโนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020
Hi, my name is Holler. I'm a caster, streamer, content creator, and you can find most of my work online at Holler TV.
Hi everyone, my name is Bobby and I'm here at NetEase Games. I'm one of the community managers for Rules of Survival and Top Clans Esports.
Hi everyone, my name is Arthur. I'm a caster, analyst, coach, and streamer from Malaysia for the game Dota 2.
Hello everyone, I am Nam, Catcaster. I am shoutcaster of many games from Thailand.
Hi everyone, I'm Clyde Lewis, player of Savage Gaming and player of one of the most grinding games in PH, which is Lost.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat, the marketing manager of Top Clans from NetEase Games. I'm from the Philippines and this is my home office.
It's really sad that the COVID-19 pandemic has affected each and everyone, especially the esports scene, including me as a gamer, a shoutcaster, and a streamer. It has definitely affected me in a lot of ways. Gigs has been cancelled, LAN tournaments has been cancelled.
The pandemic affected us in a way that some of our players were not able to practice and play because they don't have their own computer. And we're usually present and cheering for our teammates in person at events like this, but now we're not able to do that because of the pandemic.
So this pandemic has definitely hit everybody hard, even those, working in the esports or gaming industry. People might think that, we all do our job at home, and some of the time we do, but some of the time we also do those big events, live events.
The epidemic affected us in the ways that we can practice together because one of my teammates doesn't have own computer. But we still practicing and teaching him our new strategy during ECQ.
I think passion is defined by how much time you spend in the 24 hours of your day doing something that you love and enjoy.
Passion for me is still doing what you love even though it was really hard for you. Passion is what drives me to prove everyone else wrong. Gaming is my passion.
Passion for me and for my team is what pushes us to grind harder and what motivates us to push us to our limits. Gaming should not be all about competition. Gaming should be about passion.
I hope that Top Clans 2020 will bring out the best in every team that join the tournament. And thank you as well for the opportunity for us to play in your tournament.
My expectation in Top Clans 2020 is a successful tournament, and I know that we will get a champion and show to all people that our play is remarkable.
I hope that Top Clans 2020 will be fair and fun like last year, Top Clans Arena. We have been waiting for this, and I cannot wait to see the result.
Top Clans returns this year to become the platform for gaming entertainment and to give an opportunity for competitive gamers to showcase their talents and be rewarded. So I hope you guys enjoy it.
This is passion.
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 It is passion.
This 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 is passion.
Hello everyone, we've created a TikTok challenge for players to pose like their favorite in-game characters. We wanted to give a platform for fans to show their passion for Top Clans 2020. You can win up to 600 USD in this challenge. That's just enough money to buy that next generation console. All you have to do is remember 3 easy steps. Step 1 is to find a pose from your favorite game. Step 2 is to make that pose in real life.
Pose, Jojo, pose, 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 Jojo, pose, 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 click the kill switch, Jojo, pose.
Finally, step 3 is to add the hashtag TCPose and submit it on TikTok. Remember to follow our official account at Top Clans to see the best entries. One of them might be yours.
Hello everyone, welcome to Top Clans 2020. As the biggest multi-games tournament in Southeast Asia region, we aim to become the digital esport platform that services all players, brands, and game developers to have everyone come to embrace our love for game and esports. This year, we have 5 game titles join Top Clans. A total of 28 days of tournaments will be live streamed in English, Thai, Malay, Vietnamese, hoping to bring you guys the best esport experience. Today we'll present you Tom and Jerry Chase Quarterfinal of Top Clans 2020. Before we get started, don't forget to follow our official Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch channels for all Top Clan 2020's latest updates. Also, free gift codes will be given away from Tom and Jerry Chase SEA Invitational. Remember to search Tom and Jerry Chase in Google Play and App Store. Be sure you already download Tom and Jerry Chase. Then you can use the gift code to redeem in-game gift. The redeem website is www.tjcgiftcode.com. If you cannot jump to the website, you can scan the QR code on the screen later. The detailed steps are as follows. First, choose your server. Then, enter your in-game ID and enter the captcha code. Remember to click Confirm. Today, you should enter TJSI1117 and type Redeem. Then you can check your in-game mailbox for the rewards. The quarterfinal will start very soon. Our wonderful casters will take it from here.
There we go. Welcome all once again to Top Clans 2020. This is Passion right here, guys. Of course, we are going to be your casters for today. I am Articuno, and joining me is the ever so lovely and cutesy Sayora. Girl, how are
everybody? Hi to you, Articuno. This is a very, hot afternoon, and really hot because we are already proceeding to the quarterfinals of the Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase.
Yep. And man, it's been quite the journey, Sarah, I think, for these players. I mean, again, can't stress it enough. This is one of the first Tom and Jerry, if not the first Tom and Jerry Chase tournament that we get in the greater Southeast Asian region. And just a quick reminder to y'all as to what Poppy was able to let you guys in on. We still have our gift code redeem going on. All you have to do is visit the website on your screen and follow the instructions. Our code for today is TJSI1117. And, just a little bit of a gift to y'all that will continue to tune in on today's tournament. It's going to be very, very exciting. Like I said, it is now down to the top 8, the biggest and baddest in the region.
Yes, we will be narrowing it down as we will be heading on to the finals for tomorrow. But you know what, guys? You can redeem those codes because this game is available in the App Store and Google Play. But for now, a quick overview of what will happen today. So we are done with the group stages that happened into the previous days. That was a best of 3 double elimination. Now, for today, Articuno, we will be having a single elimination, no room for cushions for our teams right now. So if they lose, that is the end of their tournament journey. And of course, for the whopping prize pool with a total of 20,000 US dollars, which is divided accordingly to its ranks. And the scoring rules is indicated onto your screens, ladies and gentlemen, once again. So for the side of the mouse, got effort to work with here, but for the side of the cat, mainly to dispatch the complete number of mics.
Yeah, and just looking at our tournament bracket right here, as we said, we had the initial 4 groups from what you guys saw for the format, and we are down to our top 8. Towards the end of the day, we will officially have our top 4 that'll duke it out tomorrow in the semifinals, leading up to the epic conclusion, which will be our grand finals. All this weekend, we will finally settle it once and for all as to who will become our champion. Now, for today's matches, 4 quarterfinals up ahead for y'all. It is Space versus Imp, The Story versus Joyful, Behind versus Mr. Junior, and Vane Q versus Shadow.
Yes, these are the corresponding teams that went on to the top with their respective groups when they were divided during the group stages. So right now, Articuno, I'm pretty excited to see what kind of gameplays are we going to witness right now. Are we going to see some, newer picks? Because we already established a certain meta during the previous days. So I'm pretty excited how our teams are gonna fall it all out. But you know what? This is going to be the team overview for our first match, which is Space here. And look at the compositions right here, still sticking to the fundamentals one. But Wolf here is gonna hover up that Sherry, which is pretty interesting. And we'll see if he is able to use it for later.
Yeah, and I mean, Space, in which case, definitely boosting some pretty good stats going into this. But let's look at their opposition here in Imp. Now, Imp is going to have quite the interesting challenge up ahead of them because by statistics, they're pretty aight if you know all things considered. So I think it's going to be one of those matchups that is neck and neck pretty much. I mean, I guess it's not really that surprising, Sierra, since we are down to top 8. So things are expected to be a little bit more close. But like you said, just no more cushioning this time around. There's no more room for error, in which case, if you manage to lose out on the match, there's no loser's bracket to fall to. You're ultimately out of the elimination round, which is technically the playoffs of the tournament.
True, and yeah, this is where we get to see who has that hunger to actually go for gold. And speaking of that, we will be starting already with our round 1 first half drafting phase here at Kuno with Imp Long using the classic Tom. The other side will be using King Jerry, Magician Jerry, classic Jerry, and of course the detective one. So this is a very common lineup here because it's understandable that we're not going to see any interesting picks right now since this is single elimination and you would really want to secure your spot right here, and you only have 3 games to really dash every ounce of power that these teams have.
Yeah, and it's gonna be interesting in which case, because again, we've seen some interesting victories. Statistically lean towards a lot more towards Cat, meaning we have a lot of competent Cat players which have made top 8, and there's only probably I can count by the number of fingers I have on one hand which teams have very dominating mice, so to speak. So it'll be interesting to see in which case how that'll go on as we start heading into our game, Sierra.
Yeah, so this is going to be the patrolling phase first, and again, Team Imp is going to be on the Cat side for this first half, and Team Space is going to be on the Team Mice. Pretty interesting that you mentioned it because from the groups A and B, the Mice were the ones who were in control, but for the group C and D, they were the ones who had the control over the Cat. So let's see how this panels out, because right now we are seeing Imp just really utilizing all of these items to use for later. Meanwhile, the other side, they are just going to use that robot mouse to really scout the areas to where the locations of the cheese are.
Yeah, and that will give Long here a good opportunity to set up, in which case, in preparation, having caught wine where quite a bit of these bits and wedges of cheese are as we head straight into it, Sierra.
So dispatch phase is going to happen right now. Tom here doing a good job in placing those mouse traps in the mouse hole right here, and this is a bit of an advantage for him because he has invisibility, so he can really catch them off guard when necessary and if ever they were able to spot them out. But looking at the positions right here, all 3 of them are in the utility room, maybe committing for that one wedge of cheese that is located in there. Meanwhile, Magician Jerry, however, is in the patio area, will be trying to lure out Tom, I guess, here. And yeah, with the magical bunny, that's the basically the assistant of Magician Jerry here. Ooh.
Yeah, and interesting start, in which case Cat is just trying to get his bearings, to sniff out where the progress is. And this really leaves for some space for our mice here to work on objectives towards the opposite side of the map. A lot of breathing room that they have there, in which case, and it's great that they decide to work towards the lower right part of the map first, just so that it's not too much of a tight spot that they work on in the long game.
And yeah, still with the invisibility though, he is taking quite some time in actually catching the mice right here. So yeah, this is good. Just I think he is playing the patience game right here, but you also have to consider that the longer this cat is taking, the more opportunities for the mice to go and push the wedge of cheese. So King Jerry is going to wave his wand to add some shields upon his turf. I think he is the one who's going to kite away here for long. But the others, though, are already making way into that wedge of cheese in the living room and really pushing it all, really committing a lot. And that was a nice stun coming from our mice right here. And the smoke, some added block and some vision to fully push this wedge of cheese.
Yeah, and it's been quite the progress here for the mice, in which case, I mean, they just had all the freedom to set up. No full commitments towards pushes just yet, but you know what? That is totally fine.
Yeah.
They're just really
and
taking their time here, in which case.
Yeah, for both sides of the team, actually. I mean, by this point, at least one wedge of cheese should have been placed right now. But I think that is what they are going to do here into the utility room, which they successfully did. So now onto the kiting with this King Jerry. And the magical bunny onto the living room is already making progress in pushing the second wedge of cheese.
Yeah, and looks like finally they do get a push in, but like I said, it is fine that they play towards the long game, so long as they constantly get their objectives going, and not to mention also maintain their numbers here, which they have maintained at quite a steady pace. As you can see, whenever someone does take a hit, they try to recuperate as much as possible, just so that they have a lot more leeway to work with when they turn back to these objectives. But it's really interesting on making sure to constantly pressure the objectives that he does have awareness of on this map, which is why I think a lot of the scouting initially is really working towards this cat's favor. Now, it just leads to the question as to whether or not this translates into finally securing one of these mice, because it is taking a bit of a while for Long to amp up here.
Alright, so really grouped up together right here, he was able to stop that magical bunny from transporting it to a nearby mouse hole. But now I like it how Long is just really protecting this wedge of cheese into the bedroom, really preventing them from, really pushing it forward. And this is going to leave the other mice to reposition themselves and to really lure out Long right here. And yeah, I think that is what they are going to do right now. But I think them really protecting this one. Oh, both of them were stunned by that cover right there onto the kitchen. So this is going to be pretty good for the side of mice, as the third wedge of cheese was pushed down finally in the area. So they are making their way here into the dining room. So this is pretty interesting, as they are containing rather Long in the pace that they want, because this is not a very fast paced push in terms of the wedges of cheese. But the way that they are able to contain Tom here, in which case this is really looking good for them.
Yeah, Space is doing a great job, in which case I think in a lot of the previous games that we saw during group stage, mice have been a bit heavier towards solo kiting, and I think what Space is showing here is how much collaboration can work towards a mice's favor, not just by allowing someone to solely kite, but also if you could help him out, get some crowd control on that cat just to deter him from his cause, then that's a good step up here, in which case. So I think it also brings up the point that I was saying just prior to the game, where we've seen a lot of dominating cat performances, very limited in terms of the mice, and Space is probably one of those teams which really exemplifies what good coordination does. But here we have Detective Jerry currently strapped over, but of course the rescue comes in right away. Very, very smooth transition that we're seeing
Ooh.
from Space, and there you have it, just like that, all for my standing, which will barrel towards getting through that crack, Sierra.
All right, they are on their way to the attic area this time, and Tom just utilizing all those pipes just so he could really close it up the distance. He was able to whack down Detective Jerry there, really injured here, but this is a good containment ground for Tom here. But look at this, a buffed up Jerry is really going to destroy that bubble shield very easily, and another one to boot. So this is going to be an easy destroy for the side of Team Space. While look at this, Tom is stunned earlier, so he doesn't have any time to go for the repair right here, so they are just really whacking it all up. And with that being said, Articuno, that is a complete escape coming in from Team Space.
That was a solid start coming in from Space, Sierra. Oh my gosh, I wasn't expecting such a dominating performance from Mice straight off the bat. But yeah, as I was saying, it really goes to show how Space is just straight up one of those more collaborative teams going into the top 8, and it's just so good to see. But as we wrap up here, let's go ahead and talk about what happened. Like I said, it did take a little bit of a while for Long to amp up. He had the right idea by at least knowing where the initial spawns of the cheese were, making sure to set up to put on some pressure as much as possible. But the thing is, I think Space just on top of things a lot more better by making sure that they worked as a team. No, there was no, but I never really felt towards any moment that anyone was forced to deal with the cat solo. There was always this constant responses that came in, and like I said, patience was key for them, and it really worked out well. I mean, it could go both ways, wherein sometimes patience can be tricky if you're not able to properly rotate and get those objectives going. But the fact is, looking at how Space performed, there was not a single instance where they allowed themselves to overcompensate towards one particular area. There was always a good balance between pushing those objectives as well as dealing with the cat whenever they needed to.
True, and yeah, we did mention that usually we are really sticking into a very fast paced games in terms of pushing the wedges of cheese, but the fact that Team Space was able to pace it down in a way that it's not necessarily, it doesn't have to be fast, but the thing is, them containing Tomcat over there earlier, just stunning him, and with a lot of commitments with the responses that they do, it's just really something that Imp has to look out for. But you know what, this is going to be our second half this time. Team IMP is going to be the Mice side, whilst the Team Space is going to be on the Cat side. So let's see how efficient their Mice is. Maybe they could swag up some points on their own and even the scores out.
Yeah, that will be interesting to see in which case. Again, I mean, that's just one half. You still have to look at what's going to happen once the side switch over. So in Space's case, they just need to make sure that their cat steps up their game as well. And I think if that happens here, we'll have a pretty solid start off here. And you know what? First things first, let's go ahead and see how these compositions will pan out, though, as we head into pick and ban.
Okay, so it's going to be a classic house once more. So classic Tom, the usual. And for the side of IMP, King Jerry, Devil Tuffy, Detective Jerry, and Magician Jerry is going to be over here. So this is pretty interesting because, yes, sure, the other three are the fundamental picks that you would want to dish out, but the Devil Tuffy, it could be the game changer here. Maybe this is a matter of comfort pick for the side of IMP, because in terms of effect or efficiency or effectivity, you would want to go for at least a classic Jerry or another, let's say, mobile mouse, which is could be Robin Hood Jerry. But Devil Tuffy also can inflict damage, so let's see if that is going to be witnessed here in our round 1 second half.
Right, and that's gonna be it's gonna make for a great series, Yora. So hope you all are ready, in which case, and take note, it's only the start of the day here, and really excited to see how it's gonna pan out as we go along for the rest of our quarterfinals matches here at Top Clans 2020. This is Passion. So, you know what? I don't want our audience to wait any further, Siora. Let's head straight into the second half of round 1 between Space and Imp.
All right, so doing the similar routine that both our cat and mouse are doing here. Tom is just utilizing all of the items, scouting the area, and just getting some potions and to intake right here, and using the pipes as well to see any location of the cheese as well, and to place those traps into the mouse hole. And that's very essential since he will have a rough idea to where the mice are going to head their paths at. So he is able to spot out a robot and mouse right here. So for the side of the mice, okay, they have information that both the cat and the cheese is in the utility room. So this is going to give them some space when they hover themselves in a different direction.
Yeah, and so far, this is gonna near the wrap up for Patrol. And like I said, what our audience would have to look out for here is just pay attention to how these mice are gonna play out, because that's pretty much key here. They have to be just on top of objectives as they were, as their opposition was rather on Space, where they had such a dominating performance, and looks like they will get things going here. Interesting though, from what we're seeing, Tom is trying to clear out whatever he can towards the patio while trying to get as buffed up as he can before he transitions towards trying to seek out these mice. But yeah, so far just playing around this area hill will make a transition towards the opposite side of the map. Doesn't really spot out anyone just yet, but you know what? He's just taking all the opportunity that he can to get buffed up before he transitions towards those chases.
And yeah, pretty patient right here for the side of level 0. I mean, level 0 is really known to be one of the, cats that takes their time, but at the same time can go for those clutches. And I think he is already on his way, already contented with the skills that he was able to buff up for himself. So quick transitions here onto the stairs area. I think they will be crossing roads here for Devil Tuffy. Alright, he has a bug idea now that they are in the vicinity. So off to the dining room he goes. Let's see if he is able to swat out these mice right here. Both Detective Jerry and Devil Tuffy are in the area, and he was able to kick him out. And let's see how things are gonna pan out here. Items are being thrown all over. Devil Tuffy is injured, was going to take that fall damage here, and they are going to be, and he is going to be caught by level 0, and this time going into the utility room area, but was thrown by a vase, really stunning him for a short duration. But you know what, level 0 is not going to be deterred here, going into the stairs, going for some smokes to see that he is going to be in a very, stealthy area, but this is not really going to stop level 0 from taking Devil Tuffy here. He is going to place him in the rocket chair, but King Jerry is also on his way, waving his wand to go for that defense. Let's see, of course, priority-wise, it's going to be Devil Tuffy once again, so pipes are going to be used. Let's see if he is going to get seed. Ooh, alright, a little bit of jumping into the terrains, just utilizing everything here. Seed has to heal himself so that he is going to have that movement all the more freely. But with all that fiasco, they are going to push 2 sets of cheese.
Yeah, in which case, it's taken a little bit of time here for level 0 to secure targets. But, just as soon as I said that, he does manage to strap one towards a rocket chair. Now, level 0 has been one of those cats that we've been looking out for in this tournament. So it's nice to see that he finally got his groove in this matchup, in which case now the rescue is gonna supposedly come in, but actually gets caught by a mousetrap. Again, what all is well, they are back on their feet. Level 0 is just trying to focus on getting Mix here, and actually gets a significant amount of damage, in which case, as Mix will suffer some crowd control once again. Now, this is really good coming in from Imp, though. They're in the area trying to respond as much as they can. Items will come flying, but instant rescue comes in just to keep level 0 constantly on his feet. Really good response coming in from Imp, in which case.
Alright, a lot of trays are happening right here into the patio area. Bruce is going to try and catch, but you know what? It's not really gonna deter him. He is going to hit Bruce so that he is not going to be thrown out. But in this case, however, it's not looking good for IMP right now, because even though that the saves are connected, the fact that level 0 is still able to secure at least one mouse for that chase, it's just interesting. And that is going to be the first dispatch here coming from level 0. So he is in a comfortable spot, because you have to take note, Detective Jerry, Devil Tuppy, and Magician Jerry were seated down onto the rocket chair, so they are injured. So the countdown on their timers, if ever they are caught, is going to be in a more speedy position.
And you know what this means as well, Sior? The fact that level 0 was already able to secure one mouse out of this game automatically means that Space has already set them up, rather has set themselves up for a round win. Now, of course, in level 0's case, he's already off to a decent start here. Wants to try to get us, even more mice, just to solidify their build up in the points, which is pretty darn good in itself, because level 0 seems like he is on the right track. However, these mice on the flip side are not going to be going down without a fight. They already have 4 wedges of cheese pushed in. This is a great build-up that we're seeing. Now, the important thing moving forward is they at least make sure that they don't lose out on any further numbers, because like I said, they might be losing out on the round if you're Imp, but you want to try to at least even things out as much as possible. It's that constant thing I say where you don't want to play catch up as you head on further into these matches. We've seen a lot of teams which suffer with that circumstance. But yeah, interesting actually. That was a very speedy dispatch right there. Unfortunately, none of the 2 members from Imp were able to respond as quickly as they would have hoped.
True, because number one, they are in a further distance away from the utility room. So, and the other factor is that the countdown, as mentioned, was on a speedy way, because basically Devil Tuffy was captured in the earlier phases of the game. So that kind of adds it all up. So now they were able to force the escape phase right here. So at least that is some amount of points for the side of IMP. Now, but to space a level 0 right here, they are going to steady themselves up for a round win, simply because that was a second dispatch. All he has to do is to basically capture one more, and I think it's going to be Devil Tuffy. And with that being said, this could be a cat win. But looking at this, Articuno, the crack is located in the living room, and not so much action coming in from our mice right here to prevent, to actually try to destroy the crack.
Yeah, and oh gosh. No, this is quite the predicament for Imp, in which case they're really struggling to work on this crack, mostly because since they are only 2 mice, that's not the ideal number you want to work with, since it does lessen your chances of getting that crack open, because there's only so much you can do. And level 0 is just in total command of this area, in which case what Imp is trying to do at this point is they're trying to gather what material that they can to make the opening of that crack a little bit easier, but it also comes with quite a number of risks, since they are only 2 mice. Just one more dispatch and that is GG, well played for Imp. And you could really feel the pressure here. Both members are playing around this patio area, but level 0 is pretty much on the case. Luckily, that is a moment wherein level 0 is held down, so maybe this could be an opening for Imp to work on the crack. But level 0 is already making his way just as quick to make sure that he keeps up the defense.
So that is another double shield right here coming in from level 0. Although he was stunned on the process, the fact that he is just, basically containing time, just taking his time right here, because he knows the time is in his favor. So he is going to capture Magician Jerry here with the speedy countdown, and he's not really going to deter him from getting Devil Tuffy. Is the save going to connect? Oh, I don't think so. The save is not going to connect right here. And he is able to capture Devil Tuffy. And with that being said, that was a complete wipeout for the side of level 0.
Yeah, and you know what this means, Siora? as far as this round, we have nearly dominating victory in favor of Space. But in all fairness to Imp, they were trying to play that out real well, even towards the start. But I think what ultimately happened was, in the midst of responding to that first rescue, unfortunately, they weren't able to disperse right away to distance themselves towards level 0. So, and moving forward from that, that's where things got trickier and trickier. It kind of fell apart for Imp as they went on in that second half. But you know what? It is all good. They still have some space to catch up. Space with an 8-0 on the scoreboard. Like I said, it's going to be a round win for them. It's already match point, in which case, since it is only a best of 3 and all Space needs to do is to try to take that next round, and they're good to go. No need for a third round.
Definitely. And yes, for the side of IMP, however, this is match point for the side of Space. So they have to completely wipe out Space in both of their cat and mouse side if they want to force a game around number 3. But for the side of Space, they are in a comfortable position to at least secure 6 points up on their sleeve, because if they were able to do that, they are going to be the ones to proceed to our finals for tomorrow.
Yeah, and my gosh. So we're just wait. Okay, actually, you know what? Let's get straight into it. Pick and ban already, Ciara. This should be fun.
Indeed. So again, Classic Tom is going to be used by level 0 here, really using it to maximum efficiency. But this time around, Team IMP will be listening, as they will be using the same set of mice. But the difference now this time is they will be using Robin Hood Jerry. I think that is the more viable thing to do here, since we did see that Devil Toffee was not effective as it was during our previous game. So right now, with this Robin Hood Jerry, they are going to be added up a lot of mobility here in terms of the double jumps and this movement speed that they have. So this is pretty interesting. The location, however, is going to be the second classic house. So a little bit of compressed. So they are going to they will be utilizing this mobility that they have as much as they can. This can change their gameplay only if number 1, they were able to spot the cheese locations into the patrolling phase right here, and to really create a strategy wherein it kind of works into their favor and really play mind games against level 0.
Yeah, and oh man, I am really worried for Imp, in which case they really have to step up their game going into this. So of course, first things first, I want to try to get a sniff out of where the cheese is. It's quite spread out if you look at things on the map. So I mean, at least leaves them the worry of needing to condense towards a certain area, but also doesn't make for good rotation when you want to transition, whether it be for continuing to push for objectives or even when trying to respond to a rescue when needed. That's a lot of terrain that you're going to need to traverse. But you know what? As the seconds tick down, patrolling time is done and into the game we go. These mites are on the loose.
I like it how level 0 is just, removing that chandelier here onto the living room area, because with that, the mice won't have anything to utilize for later, and if ever that they are going to attempt to stun him. So right now, this is going to be the dispatch phase, and they are all huddled up together into the kitchen. Okay, that was a good freeze coming in from So-So, but in the process, he is going to be injured. So right now, I think that is going to be the priority for level 0 here, abusing that fact. And just as I said, he was able to capture So-So, but in the long run was frozen by his teammates. So again, this is a lot of effort to work with level 0 here again in capturing him. But knowing that the other mice are in the vicinity, I think he would want to, lure out So-So first before going for the chase.
Yeah, So-So in quite the pickle here, in which case Laperoux comes in, and level 0 are going to be very happy about that, getting one of the mice super duper early on, and he has a nice location here in the patio, in which case so just needs to play some solid defense here. Now big question is how the rest of the team is going to respond here. Still quite a number of hefty seconds, but this is what I've been talking about, CR. It is quite the amount of terrain that they have to traverse, and with the terrain that they do have to walk, it's a lot of seconds that you exhaust from that mouse on the rocket. So not the most ideal situation for the mice in which case, but you know what? Robin Hood already on the case. We'll try to go for the rescue already, but man, like I said, so much time expended just trying to get there, and that's just one thing getting there. Another thing is trying to deal with Tom when you are going for the rescue, because you could find yourself in a tricky situation yourself.
All right, so again, we'll be locking down so here, but you know what? It's gonna change positions here, as Robin Hood Jerry is the one who's going to be seated on the rocket chair, but it's not really gonna stop level 0 at this point, because he knows that So is in a low health, and of course the fog is gonna block some vision on him, but it's not gonna stop him from the chase. So it's the same thing for So. His vision was blocked too, and this is going to leave him placed in the rocket chair plus a mousetrap for insurance here, and this is going to force either Detective Jerry or Magician Jerry to go for the save. And with this being forced out on them, this is gonna take some time for them to actually push the wedges of cheese.
Yeah, and gosh, this is not the best situation for Imp to be in. No, they're trying to respond to this rescue, but Tom just has a lot of utility to work with in this area. Definitely not making it any easier for Imp. And the time is ticking here, Ciora. And oh man, another tricky scenario there for Zed as he gets caught in not one but 2 traps, which are deterring him. Luckily, he does eventually make his way in for the rescue, but level 0, just no dilly-dally, manages to dispatch another mice in the blink of an eye.
And look at that, he is already on the chase for his 3rd dispatch right here, just utilizing the priority here, because he knows that So is low on health. And look at that, with the quick of a dash, he was able to secure down King Jerry here onto the dining room area. Forces now Magician Jerry to be lured out and attempt the save, and this is not looking good for them, because 3 wedges of cheese were only pushed, and they need 2 more, but with the numbers that they have right now, it dwindled, so it's not really working for them. But look at that swat on the fly swatter right here, and he is going to get his 4th mouse again for level 0. Completely dominating fight coming from them as he dispatches all 4 mice.
Yeah, can I just say, Ciora, this is like less than 5 minutes. Level 0, super duper in securing these mice, not wasting any time whatsoever. And just like that, dominating performance that we see from the first half for Space. And, they're got to be very happy about that. All they need to do is not even get a perfect score. So long as they do so in the next round, they're good to go. They ultimately just win the series right then and there.
Yeah, indeed. And just looking how dominating level 0 is, didn't really waste time, because we did mention during the first half, second half rather, level 0 really took some quite of time to actually chase those mice. But this time, however, it's pretty interesting, because it's really different from the pace that we saw earlier, and level 0 is just basically showing how dominating he is as a cat. And I think I have the buffs for it, if you know what I mean, because I'm a cat too right now.
Right. And yeah, just based on what's going on here, Ciora, I really think we're gonna have at least for Imp's sake, I hope not, because they have a lot to catch up. They have a lot of catching up to do at this point. But I mean, facts are facts. Just based on expectations for the second half, we saw how fluid the mice were during the first half of round 1, and I'm honestly expecting that same fluidity going into this. As I said, just Space is just one of those teams which has a really well-rounded lineup. Pretty good cat, as well as a solid lineup on the mice as well. We saw how collaborative they can get in the first half, and for Imp, they just really need to step in. Like TLDR, there's no dilly-dallying whatsoever. They just need to step it up if they want to stay in this series. Otherwise, they're gonna end their Tom and Jerry chase journey here at Top Clans 2020 just within the top 8, and we want to try to push for going further. And now's it's make or break it for them.
True, and yeah, it is safe to say that Team Space is in a comfortable position right now because them being the mice side this time around, I think completely just pushing the wedges of cheese is enough to gather them some points to secure their spot right here for the side of IMP, as this is also safe to say that they have the dispatch every single mouse that he sees if he wants to force that, round number 3. But this is a lot of work. This is a very tricky conclusion, since it's as much as we see some cat dominating rounds. The fact that using a cat is also very tricky, I have to really take that into consideration,
Yeah, and really interesting spread. Yeah, since Robin Hood was banned, plain old good old Jerry was let through this time. So I think at the end of the day, since it's just round 2, Space ultimately just getting what they want out of this, and execution is just gonna be key at this point, more so for Imp's cat. Really needs to step up his game. Can't allow what happened in round 1 be history repeating itself. And one thing you have to take note of here as well is we're not just looking at wanting to see a decent performance. We need to see just straight up a perfect performance from this cat. Otherwise, we're just gonna see another round win. And let's say let's say this cat does a more than stellar job, if it's not perfection at all, then it doesn't matter. The points, even if theoretically, maybe, possibly, Imp can catch up. Technically not though, but yeah. Let's see how it goes, Ciara. Into the game, patrolling starts now.
Yeah, so right now we are seeing still a very similar strategy. Both of their teams scouting out the house for that wedges of cheese, and for the side of Tom, getting all of those concoctions to intake, and basically also to scout the area so he would have a rough idea to where the mice are heading. So again, using the pipes here just to see all the terrains and all the possible items that he could use for later. And for the side of the mice right here, I like it that they are invested in using all of those robot mice to go and scatter themselves in a convenient area. And with that being said, we are going to start with the dispatch phase right now.
Yeah, things are starting off, and looking at positioning on the map for these guys. Long is on the farther side of the map. Lucky, good transition, in which case just make him come face to face with Tiger straight up, along with the rest of the team actually. But you know what? That should give SP a good indication of where Long is, just the smashing and crashing of objects. But luckily, nobody suffering any injuries. Okay, you know what? Just as soon as I say that, Detective Jerry will be the boon of Long, and just go straight at it. Chase on.
Alright, but this gives the space for Magician Jerry and Classic Jerry to commit to those wedges of cheese that they are currently pushing right now, while he is onto the chase for Detective Jerry. So I like it how Mouseketeer Tuffy is also in the vicinity to prevent Long from committing to Detective Jerry, and he is the one who is gonna take that hit instead of Detective Jerry. So Detective Jerry will be pushing one wedge of cheese as a trade. So right now, Classic Jerry and Magician Jerry are on their way to go for the save. Meanwhile, Detective Jerry is going to help this magical bunny in the dining room area for that second wedge of cheese. So this rescue is going to connect, but they are able to stun down Long. So this is a good opportunity for them to further up the gap. But Long here trying to get on his feet was going to spot the Magician Jerry, who wasn't injured yet, and just like this, the second wedge of cheese was pushed this time around, and this is a very good luring capabilities of Magician Jerry right now. You know, really informing also the other teammates that, oh, okay, Tom is here in the dining area while you guys go and do the other wedges of cheese. So this is a good strategy coming in from Team Space.
Yeah, and I mean, good on Space, in which case they're able to just roll with the punches thus far, but ooh, this could be really tricky for Mini, though. Has to be careful and gets snatched by Long. So Long gonna be very happy about that, finally securing his first target. But like we've been saying, just quintessential here for SP, making sure to set up towards objectives before they eventually make the transition to go for that save. Now, if we're going to talk about health here, you know, both Magician Jerry as well as Mouseketeer Tuffy will be on rescue duty. And you know what? Very much understandable. They are the two which are apt for this particular circumstance, and not a bad way to go in which case, because Space already has 4 wedges of cheese pushed in, not to mention still all, albeit with a few injuries, but very, very workable. Long really needs to pick up the pace here.
True, he doesn't have much time to go for the luxury of, you know, letting these mice go for some registered cheese. But you know what? This is exactly what Team Space is doing, just luring out Long, and they will be going for the cheese push, while the other one, you know, they are sitting prettily here onto the rocket chair. And once again, Mouseketeer Tuffy onto the save right here.
Yeah, and oh my gosh. Now, things at Kuro trying to go for that save, but you know what? That's a hefty number of seconds that they have to work with. But they do eventually, by a bit of time, some additional seconds, but man, this is just another layer of complication for Long. Defense, that's one. Okay, gets the snatch actually on Magician. Now, can they get the rescue onto Detective? I don't think they will, so that's the first step here for Long. But like we said, this is just, you know, one small victory. He needs to get that perfect score in order to tie things out in this round.
Yes, and he is gonna go into the pipes in the utility room. Bubble shield will be used, but look at that. The crack is almost destroyed. There are 2 more mice to work with right here, and Kuro with a low brink of health. They have to force into breaking that bubble shield right here, which is what you know, Mitty is going to do since he is invisible at this point. But he was able to capture you know, Mouseketeer Tuffy here, so this forces him to stop you know, engaging with the crack and to basically go for the save, which is what he's doing. So this is a good thing coming from him because he is invisible. You know, there is room for them to go for the, oh, that's a SWAT, but let's see. All right, Mouseketeer Tuffy was able to go for the escape. Mitty has just have to go into the crack, and there you go. 2 mice were already escaping the round, and this is, in terms of scores, not really good for the side of IMP, since Team Space were able to completely push the wedges of cheese, plus 2 mice were able to escape.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, that seals the deal for Space. Like we said, even if by the points it might have small bits and glimmers, that doesn't really add up for them though, because it's an 8-0 towards the start, a 6-0 for the second, so barely any room for catch-ups here, or it's a good done deal. Space will officially be our winner of the match for our first quarterfinals here at Tom and Jerry Chase Tournament within Top Clans 2020.
Yes, and unfortunately for Team IMP, the tournament journey ends here. But guys, do not fret. There are a lot of tournaments that are incoming for Tom and Jerry, so you can join there as well. So, but still, good job, guys, for making it thus far. And you know, there is times wherein we have to secure our victors, and that is going to be Team Space.
Yeah, and oh my gosh. So I think whoever's going to be facing Space moving forward really needs to do their homework, because like I said, really great hunting from the cat that we saw there, leading to those dispatches. On the flip side, this great collaborative teamwork from the mice as well. Though we have to give kudos to Imp as well. They did, you know, try to roll with the punches as much as they can. And Long, in all fairness to Long, you know, tried to set themselves up for a victory. He actually got some nice dispatches, step up from what we saw during round one. But like we said, while seeing a step up is great as you go along in these best of 3 series, you still have to go back to looking at where your team stands as far as points. Unfortunately for Long, was still quite a bit of a way to go, and it was the perfect score that he had to try to land just to even things out, and didn't quite work out in the end. But like I said, just kudos, and there you have it. We have our first semifinalist, Ciora. It is going to be Space that will be proceeding, but still have a long way to go. Still 3 teams that we need to find that will proceed into our top 4. But let's go ahead and give credit where credit is due. It is going to be Level 0 as our MVP of the series, Ciora.
Yes, and for the average score of 3,590 with 3 throws that were hit, 6.5 that were tied into the rockets, and the mice dispatches 3.5. Pretty interesting how you dispatched the 0.5. But yeah, this is a very dominating fight for Space, specifically for Level 0 right here. And they did give that space for Team Space, as they will be heading on to the semifinals right now. But again, guys, to those who are currently watching the stream, we have this thing called the Lucky Draw, wherein the instructions are indicated onto your screens right now, guys. You can have a chance to win $2 here. And of course, all you have to do is just predict which team is going to be the winner for today. And again, with those who are currently watching, we also have the giveaways that we have in store for you. And in a bit, we will be showing you the instructions on how to claim.
Yeah, just a lot of things that you guys can get, not only for our players participating that want a huge chunk of our prize pool here at Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase, but for you guys as well in the audience, just by tuning in. Like Ciora said, instructions for Lucky Draw on your screen, and we also have the instructions for our ongoing redeem giveaway. Just go ahead and scan the code and type in the code TJSI1117 at the website indicated on your screen. This has been the first quarterfinals, guys. Don't go away, because when we come back, we still have a lot more Tom and Jerry Chase action coming your way. Articuno and Ciora at your service to all of you watching, and we'll see you guys here at Top Clans 2020. This is Passion. Catch you in a bit.
Hello everyone. We've created a TikTok challenge for players to pose like their favorite in-game characters. We wanted to give a platform for fans to show their passion for Top Clans 2020. You can win up to 600 USD in this challenge. That's just enough money to buy that next generation console. All you have to do is remember 3 easy steps. Step 1 is to find a pose from your favorite game. Step 2 is to make that pose in real life.
Pose, Jojo, pose, 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 Jojo, pose, 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 click the kill switch, Jojo, pose.
Finally, step 3 is to add the hashtag TCPose and submit it on TikTok. Remember to follow our official account at Top Clans to see the best entries. One of them might be yours.
Oh, I think my partner is muted right now.
Yeah, I was. Oh my gosh. Let's rewind and do that again. Welcome, guys, to Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase. This is Passion right here. We just finished our first quarterfinals of the day, where Space was deemed our first worthy adversary to proceed to the semifinals. Now, next story will unfold as it is the story versus Joyful that will be taking the stage for our second quarterfinals of the day. But first off, let's go ahead and check in with my partner, Sayora. How are you?
Here, feeling a little feline-ish this Halloween. Oh, by the way, happy Halloween to each and every one of you. And this is a very good day to celebrate it because we are seeing a lot of chases here, Articuno. And this is going to be the team overview for the side of these stories. So looking at their compositions right here, still lingering into the fundamentals. But interesting how D2E has Toodles hovered in here. So let's see if Toodles is going to be used for this matchup right now. But meanwhile, on to Team Joyful right here with, again, a siding into the common mice that we see for their mice members. And for the side of AOM here, Topsy is a preferred pick. So interesting how things would plan out right here, as, you know, they both have pretty interesting cat picks.
Yeah, question is whether we'll be seeing the light of day in this tournament, because we have seen these teams at the end of the day, even though they have some certain preferred picks, we'll just lean towards the more meta selections that we've seen throughout the duration of Top Clans 2020. And straight into pick and ban we shall go, and it will be the standard Tom with Magician Jerry, Detective Jerry, good old Jerry, and His Royal Highness King Jerry taking the stage at Summer Cruise 3.
Yeah, so this is going to be a wider and bigger map in comparison with the classic house that we've just witnessed during our first match right here. So Artico, I'm pretty excited how things are going to pan out because Team Joyful, if you guys remember, was really effective more on their mice. But I'm pretty interesting to see what, cat prowess is AOM going to show us right now. But this is also not gonna deter D-Story, because if you remember, D-Story also had some pretty interesting storyline during their group stages.
Yeah, they really did. If you think about it, like D-Story, fairly... Yeah, I'd say it was an interesting run, Siora. That was for sure. It was interesting. One of the more dominating teams that we've seen come out of the groups. But you know what? This is going to be quite the show that we have, because it's a wide map that we're working with here. And a lot of, 60 seconds to patrol a huge map, Siora, man.
Indeed. So right now, again, patrolling phase, this is a good side for AOM because he does have that invisibility, so he can catch the mice off guard when the dispatch phase happens. But I think it will be running out soon, so that's why he is looking for more concoctions that he can intake here. Meanwhile, the other mice again. Since we did mention that this is one of the biggest maps that we have, it's just essential for them to roam around and find the locations of cheese. Because if you look at our own perspective in the map, the cheese are a bit dispersed or scattered in the area, having it on the top and to the left side of deck 2, and finally into the cabin area. So they need some space to work with here for the side of mice, and they have to strategize on how they are going to lure and kite away Joy AOM right here.
Yeah, AOM, in which case, making a rotation here, also trying to clear out what he can while buffing up as well in preparation for landing one of these mice. Still a bit of a way to go as he transitions towards the lower decks of Summer Cruise. Luckily, will manage to find his first target in quite a jiffy, CR. No dilly-dallying whatsoever, but good thing here for the mice is that they are easily within the area, so they can go for a rescue as soon as they settle with their objectives towards the upper deck, just right above where Robin Hood Jerry is. Or rather, sorry, Detective Jerry.
This is not looking good for Magician Jerry, however. I mean, I like the attempt of him trying to freeze him out with the ice cube, but the fact that it didn't really turn into his favor and was placed in the rocket chair in return is not good. Okay, so the save is going to connect, but I have to take note Jerry and Magician Jerry are injured. So King Jerry here will be caught in the mouse trap, but will be waving his wand for some protect. And AOM, knowing this, will be prioritizing Detective Jerry. King Jerry, however, to really go for that trade. Now, okay, go ahead. The save is gonna connect, but I will be taking you in return. So this is good discipline coming in from AOM, but this gap is a bit furthered up as they are going to transition into the stairs area off the cabin. This is a good strategy coming in from King Jerry because this is one of the most secluded places of the map. So this is gonna leave some room for the other mice to go and push the wedges of cheese.
Yeah, and okay, so far so good, in which case for DTR. I was a little bit worried for them there when we saw two mice strapped over on rockets, but luckily, they've gotten their bearings and are just pretty good to go. In fact, just getting back to the normal programming of getting some trees, but this is really a nice build up here for AOM, getting a snatch on another one of the mice though. So again, no dilly-dallying. We'll find them in for the save just very, very quickly. Really good transitions coming in from DTR, in which case not wasting any time, knowing that there isn't that many seconds here on CNT. Now the question is, can they go for the rescue in time? Because Tom is doing a great job at getting some strong defense here. 3, 2, 1, and that is farewell to their teammates. Super duper unfortunate. And not to mention,
we did see he also has the Magician Jerry to boot right here, being trapped into the mouse trap that he placed right there. And you did mention that he was having a good discipline in terms of defending Classic Jerry earlier from being saved. So that just goes to show how patient AOM is in here.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, really, really great build up here for AOM, in which case, taking his precious time, doesn't want to get any crowd control on him, and nonetheless he is all good. Both mice are on the run, but with not that much health to work with, so you have to be careful here. Now, did AOM choose the right direction? That was a really good read, and just instantly gets the swipe once again on King Jerry, and it's back to the rocket that he manages to find one to guard. And oh man, CR, that was a very swifty dispatch. And what's scary here is with only 2 mice remaining and only 2 wedges of cheese pushed in, that's gonna be a tall order for the rest of the mice from DTR left to deal with.
And again, with 2 wedges of cheese right here, this is just a matter of patience for the side of Joy, since he was able to secure 2 mice. He was able to dispatch them, and this is not really looking good for the side of D-Story, simply because they are dwindled in terms of numbers. And look at how the cheese are positioned one is going to be forcing a cheese push and the other one has to lure him out. So this is a good job for Detective Jerry to be invisible, but not he has to maximize him being invisible right here at this point. So now Joy knows that someone is pushing that wedge of cheese in the dining room, heads onto that direction and throws a dynamite to boot.
Yeah, and oh man, stakes are super high right now. Even more so for AOM because only needs one more mouse dispatch, and the chances of that happening are super high thus far with only 2 wedges of cheese pushed in. All comes down to just scouting out where the rest of these mice are, and he's really putting up the pressure, in which case not going to be an easy task. Luckily, they are working towards opposite sides of the map, so that will be a bit of breathing room for them. However, at the same time, since they are on opposites, it's going to be a long way to go whenever someone needs to get rescued. But of course, if you're the mice, you want to try to be as elusive and patient as possible. But you know what, even with patience, the fact that you have 3 wedges to work with, time isn't on DTR's side right now. Luckily, they were able to push one. That's a good step up, but it's a long way to go. They only have 4 minutes to make this work.
True, and you have to take note that Tom already knows the other wedge of cheese location, and looking at this, Joy just being notified completely to where the other mice are at, it's just really forces him to just go for the chase, and eventually he knows that the habit is, of course, to run away from the wedge of cheese. So this all the more is good containment coming in from AOM. And again, another mousetrap is going to be placed here with the wedge of cheese located in deck 1, but he is gonna go on his way to the film area to place another mousetrap here. So this forces out the remaining mice that we have to go for the push, because if not, time is not gonna be favored into their hands.
Yeah, time is not a luxury that DTR has at this point with 2 wedges of cheese that they need to push in. And look at AOM just playing heavy guard towards one of those cheeses. And it's actually, now that if you think about it, it's actually convenient, the location of these 2 cheeses, because he doesn't have as much terrain that he needs to cover when keeping these 2 wedges of cheese in check. Now, he sees the effort coming in, and oh no, Ped has to be very careful. Swiperoni comes in. Luckily, 1 more wedge of cheese is pushed, but this is going to be the true test right here. And oh, that is super unfortunate. Actually manages to meet our good old dog here, just trying to rest out. Doesn't want to get disturbed whatsoever, but oh man, the snatch comes in, Siora. It's coming down to the wire.
Yeah, indeed. And now looking at this, trying to confuse Detective Jerry here, but you know what? He is going to place Magician Jerry in that rocket chair, and that is guarded by Bruce and a mousetrap. So Detective Jerry has to be very witty in this, but you know what? He was captured by the mousetrap right here. Let's see if he is going to spot him out. Luckily, he was invisible, but you know what? He was able to swap it out, even in an invisible state. So with this is a complete dispatch coming in from Joy.
Yeah, and oh man, just like that, Siora, it is a good done deal. DTR unfortunately will have to suffer the loss for this first half, as Joy AOM in a very convincing. Okay, slippery this is, but that was just a small moment. Still a long way to go. You have to take note, even though he was able to get through, that's a long way he would have had to go to try to go for the rescue, in which case. So, you know what, Siora, with the seconds dwindling, I think it is really safe to say this time that it is going to be an all-out victory for Joyful's AOM. And, AOM, I'm going to be very happy about that with that victory dance that he's showing.
Really dancing to this skin that he has right now. And again, dispatching all 4 mices off the board. So this is going to place Team Joyful in a very comfortable spot for now. But let's see if their mice is going to retaliate that as well with a complete push of wedge of cheese and a complete escape as well for Team Joyful. But this, however, is also a good opportunity for the cat of Team D Story to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, oh man, super unfortunate here for DTR, in which case, but you know what? They have the opportunity for make up for it. This is only round one. Hopefully heading into, again, like the hope and the prayer, if you're a team that's on the losing side for the first half, is you try to make up going into the second half. Hope and a prayer that it's not the similar circumstance that we have from what we saw in the first game, the first quarterfinals of the day, but we'll just have to see.
Indeed. And of course, for the viewers out there, guys, if you want to experience all this action, all this fun, this game is available to download in the Google Play and the App Store as well. And with lots of prizes in store for you as well. We have this thing called the giveaway codes, guys. All you have to do is just follow that is indicated in the pinned comments. Go onto the website, enter your in-game ID, and choose your server. And we will be flashing out the QR code if you want to do some scanning instead. So, and again, to those viewers as well, this is not yet over for the giveaways, because we have this thing called the lucky draw. All you have to do is just guess the winning team, and you can win some prizes. But right now we will be heading on to our second match of the day with round 1 second half of it, and they will be doing some switcheroos. And again, let's see if Team Joyful's mice will be as effective as their cat was.
Hopefully, for Joyful's case, hopefully. But on the flip side, if you're a Destory fan, you definitely want to see Destory step up their game going into the second half. And we'll find out just a teeny tiny bit once we hit that part of our matchup for today. And it's only the second quarterfinals that we're seeing here at Tom and Jerry Chase for Top Clans 2020. Not even halfway through Sayora. So all the more exciting games that we have ahead. Here we head into Pick and Ban.
Alright, so they will be banning out Robin Hood Jerry. So D-Story is going to use the classic Tom for the side of Joy, Magician Jerry, Pirate Jerry, Detective Jerry, and Mouseketeer Tuffy. Pretty interesting how they are going to use Pirate Jerry right here, because we've witnessed all throughout the group stages that Pirate Jerry isn't that effective as much, even though that he has this kick with his coins to be thrown at. And you would really want to have that Pirate Jerry as either a classic Jerry or actually a Devil Tuffy. But let's see if this Pirate Jerry for the side of Team Joyful is going to work this time around, because they really need to work at this point if they want to even out the scores and force the gap to be on their favor.
Yeah, hopefully. But you know what, Sayora? Your wish has been granted as far as finding out how that'll go, because we are heading into the second half of our first round between Destory and Joyful. Destory on the cat side with Joyful on the mouse side. Let's go ahead and see if they could bring it full throttle into a very convincing round one win. That is for Joyful, or will Destory manage to reverse things and keep Joyful on their feet? It will be up to D2E here for makeup for lost ground in this first round. Let's do this, CR. And so far, patrolling phase is already ongoing. Trying to scout out here, D2E. And unfortunately, yeah, a lot of ground here, in which case coming in for Joyful. Really getting a good view of Summer Cruise.
Yes, so right now he is into the captain's quarters right here. Again, just taking all of the concoctions and all of the items that he would use for later. And right now, this is pretty interesting. Again, the cheese are dispersed, so this is gonna, leave some room for the mice earlier to go and patrol. But this is dispatch time, so looking at the current positions of our mice, they are huddled up together into the cabin area. They were able to spot that wedge of cheese, but did not get it yet into their hands. And D2E passing by meant to have information that, at any time soon that the mice will be here in the vicinity. So while that is all happening, Magician Jerry, though, is going to be on his way to move this wedge of cheese from the deck area to the nearest mouse hole. But right now, like it how D2E is invisible right now, it really stands off guard for Chris, which is doing a lot of hefty work here in terms of his kiting.
Yeah, and Gosh, I think decent start, in which case here for D2D. Already getting a swipe onto Detective Jerry, and this will get an early halt on those objectives. They will have to divide and conquer here, this mice, in order to respond to D2E's take on Chris. We already have 2 mice in the area, in which case, but D2E get in hot and ready. Trying to seek out a target to chase. He does find 3 mice. And take note of the numbers here from Joyful. They did commit an awful lot. That will mean that the push on Cheese has reached a more patient pace. They were able to get 1 though, so far so good.
All right, and a lot of chaotic movements are coming in right now with a lot of mice here onto the stairs area. That means that Team Joyful is just really committing everything in this area. So Alfie is on half health, so this leaves D2E prioritizing our Pirate Jerry. But you know what, with all of this fiasco, they were able to push 1 wedge of cheese. So let us see if Detective Jerry is going to be on his way for that second. And with that being said, Alcy is going to be captured by D2E, and off to the rocket chair he goes.
Yeah, and gosh, D2E is really not letting up here, going up against Joyful. Luckily, they do manage to get the rescue once again, and you also got to give kudos here to Joyful. Wedge progress, as you can see, is at a fairly steady pace. So long as Joyful keeps their 4 numbers full, they should theoretically be fine. And 3 wedges of cheese have already been pushed, with all 4 members up and kicking. Very, very healthy. This is a good build-up that we're seeing here, Seora, but trust D2 here, knowing which holes he should be guarding at this point, just to make sure that he makes things all the more tricky for Joyful as far as pushing these objectives.
So yeah, looks like Pirate Jerry really doing a good job in kiting D2E right here. And while that is happening, we see that Detective Jerry is already on his way from the top to that mouse hole. D2E though is going to be captured once again. But you know what? Magician Jerry and Mouseketeer Tuffy is in the vicinity and will be going for the save. And right now, again, Alfie is going to be the priority for D2E. I understand the logic behind this since he wants to secure a dispatch. But them being on a nearby vicinity, it's not really going to stop our mice from saving him. With Mouseketeer Tuffy and Magician Jerry on the hunt for the save right here, added some time for him to delay onto the rocket chair. The save is going to be connected once again by Mouseketeer Tuffy. So this is gonna force a D2E with a quick change of target. Ooh.
Yeah, and Swiperoni coming in here for D2E on objects, just so that he can set up here. And this is gonna be tough, Seora. Joyful has 4 mice, and that's never a good thing if you're the cat, because that heavily reduces your chances of getting 3 mice dispatched here, unless you can pull off some really hard miracle. But you know what, D2E is doing, tries to get the repair on that wall as much as possible, doesn't want that any sign of a crack to just gape for those mice to get the escape. And it's coming down to the wire here. These mice are mice on a mission, and they want that crack open, and there's not really much D2E can do here. It's trying to respond by, repairing and just swiping whenever he can, but, these mice are just in total command of this game.
True, and I like it how, our mice is just luring out D2E away from the crack, but he knows this fact, and he has to go back to it eventually. So using the dynamites to just shove away the mice. But as you said, this is in total control of our mice right here. They don't really have to rush this time since they still have a time to work with. And speaking of time, look at that. The TNT bomb barrel is going to be used. But luckily, D2E was able to pan it away, preventing the crack to be destroyed. So he is going to place 1 mousetrap there. But it's not enough of a case right here. But in the process, though, it looks like Tom was able to catch Pirate Jerry in the process, but was not able to place it on a rocket chair. And with that being said, Articuno, the mice is going to win for our second half of our first round in match number 2.
Exactly, and gosh, this is a really good build up here for Joyful. In which case, I don't know. I don't know if I'm jinxing things, Ciara, but it's just again very reminiscent of what we had during our first game, where it was a dominating round for one of these teams, and in this case, it is Joyful. Now, that does mean that DTR they can't afford to lose out on the second round. They have to play close to perfection if they want to take down Joyful. And here you have it, based on the score, it is 9-0 in favor of Joyful. As we said, now the story has to really step up, and we've seen them really, straight up, just dilly-dallying. They've stepped up when it mattered during the group stage. This is why they were able to make it to the top 8. Now we just need to kick it up a notch if they want to force it into a round 3. But again, I'm very worried, Ciara. I'm very worried for their positioning if they can't get it together, because on the flip side, Joyful had such a convincing performance from both Cat and Mouse side.
True, and this is, a very similar scenario for our previous round. And for the side of D-Story, this is really the story for their case. They have to completely wipe out Joyful for both the Cat and Mouse side for this round number 2 if they want to force out the game number 3. They did it. They had some rough roads during the group stages, understandable, but if this is their time to really release all of those strategies, now is the perfect time to do that, because as we mentioned, this is single eliminations. They have no more room for cushions. If they are going to lose this round, if they place Joyful in a comfortable position wherein they can secure their spot, this is not going to look good for the side of D-Story.
Yeah, it really isn't, Ciara. And again, when you hope for these round 3s, like, that's the hope. You want to see those full games come through when you see these matches. But I guess then again, you have to look at history for Joyful when they played out during the group stage. This is up to expectation with how they're performing, and they're just showing once again that, if anything, they're kicking it up a notch going into the top 8, and they're very hungry for that top 4 spot. But you know what? Let's check out how pick and ban will pan out here, because from what we're seeing here, DTR still will stick to the standard Tom pick once again.
And this time it's going to be Toe that is going to use that classic Tomcat, while the other mice, again, sticking to the meta that we have, not really lingering into any pocket picks for this matchup. And banned out was Robin Hood Jury, so this is a good thing because our map is quite big and you would need that mobility. And that was a good decision for the side of Toe to ban it out. But let's see if the change of player for the side of D-Story is going to really change the story for this round number 2, first half of this second match.
Yes, ma'am. So this is it. Of course, those of you that are watching in chat, continue to support the teams that you want to see make it all the way here at Top Clans 2020. And along with that, while we're still in the patrolling phase, if you guys haven't tried out Tom and Jerry Chase, one of NetEase's hottest games to make it out on the mobile gaming market right now, you might want to download it for free, now available at the App Store and Google Play.
Indeed, and a lot of giveaways in store for you. But you know what? This is going to be the patrolling phase once again. There's not really much to say here, since both of our teams are just simply scouting the locations of the wedges of cheese, and for the cat, just getting all of those items and concoctions that he will be using for later. So while we wait onto the dispatch phase, pretty interesting how Team Joyful is just committed in using all those robot mice to really locate our cheese, and I think they're also looking for some interesting items that they can use for later to deny Tom completely. So we are headed now to the dispatch phase. So 3 of our mice are together into the deck area. But again, Toe, eyes on the prize, spots in Asta at the early stages of the game, and was able to whack out a plate in the long run here. So he has to do a lot of kiting to do. Being careful with that fall damage, was able to pan him out. Egg will be blocking his vision here, and he's just using his skills to, kite along the way of the stairs here into the deck. Meanwhile, the other members are in good control of our our cheese right here, as the Magic Bunny is gonna push the one in the captain's quarters. Magician Jerry is gonna pick up that cheese and transition it to another hole. And with that being said, you know what? We just seen one wedge of cheese being pushed at very, less than 2 minutes of our game.
Yeah, look at this though. I mean, really good start here on both sides. I would say the fact that Joyful was able to push in a wedge of cheese within the first minute of the game, but on the flip side as well, gotta look at Tall, who was able to land his first mouse on a rocket. Gotta be careful here though, mouse. Okay, I think should be fine for now. Asto trying to do what he can to keep Tall preoccupied, and this is good because if you look at what's going on the map, the rest of the mice here for Joyful are making sure to constantly push those objectives. So there definitely hasn't been any stop towards the objective game for Joyful here. And take note, Tiora, super duper fast. 2 minutes into the game, already 4 wedges of cheese pushed in at only 2 minutes. This is super duper great progress for Joyful.
True, and it just goes to show how efficient our Musketeer Tuffy is in terms of kiting, because you did mention one of the fastest, time in pushing the wedges of cheese, and that is a 4, if I may add. So they just have to, work their way around to the deck area and basically push that wedge of cheese. So a lot of effort has to be done by Toe right here, because as we mentioned earlier, he can't afford for these mice to go and survive. But looking at the number of cheese that they have already pushed, that kind of secures another score for them to boot. So Joyful Virtue here is going to get that wedge of cheese. Interesting though how Toe is not fully committed into chasing out that mice. Understandable since the cheese is nearby the terrains, but you know what? All of those items that are thrown at him will leave him to be stunned. So looking at the pace right here, Asta is going to be invisible for now. So understandable why he didn't pick up the cheese, so that Toe is not gonna be able to find out that, oh, okay, there's a mice nearby to get the cheese. But with the locations that he have, I love it how the others are luring out the cat, just so Musketeer Tuffy will have some space to get this cheese right here successfully this time around. So let's see how it pans out.
Yeah, and this is really good for Joyful, in which case it has reached a bit of a staler pace, I would say, but it hasn't necessarily deterred them from their cause. Look at that. Just some really good time being bought out here while the cheese is constantly still getting the push in. Got a feel for Toe here, because the members of Joyful, although it has reached a slower pace because of the heavy defense that Toe has been pushing on this last wedge of cheese, on the flip side, Joyful is rolling with the punches quite well. And the fact is, even though that is a lot of pressure towards that last wedge of cheese, on the flip side, you have to take note, Joyful is just going at a great pace here. They still have all 4 members of their team up and kicking, and this is still very much the ideal scenario for them. So long as they don't lose out on any further numbers, then they should be good. However, they do find Detective Jury chased to a rocket. Now, this could go both ways. They can go for the rescue, and that does mean that that was an ample amount of time for Joyful to get a bit more progress on that bit of cheese.
The save is going to connect right here, Articuno, and looking at the positions of our mice, again, that was good Dynamite throwing for the side of our mouse. So right now, really has to do a lot of work here. One has to basically bait himself to get trapped into this mouse trap, and then the others may be going in for the push. But let's see how things are going to pan out. Smoke is going to be used to block some vision, but he was able to swat down Detective Jerry in the process. So right now, he is going to be tied into the rocket chair this time around. Let's see. Elsie, though, is just on guard. The connect to that rescue is going to happen once more. So let's see how our mice is going to pan all of these out, because the defense that Toe is doing is quite good, but it is taking time. So they just have to really strategize themselves in a manner wherein Team Joyful is going to push this final set of cheese.
Yeah, and gosh, this is great job from To, by the way, because the fact that he was constantly able to keep up the pressure on that last wedge of cheese has been great. But question is, can Joyful get the save? They actually managed to do so. That was super clutch.
And that was also a good thing because Tom was stunned in the process, so he wasn't able to whack it out for the trade. So again, speaking of trade though, it's going to be Pirate Jerry who is going to be captured here, and I think this is the first dispatch of To. But again, with that dispatch, it forces now the escape phase here, pushing that final wedge of cheese. So the crack is located into the deck area. So Bubble Shield, a good decision for To right here to actually activate that out. With 3 mice to work with right here, let's see how things are going to pan out for our mice.
Yeah, and okay. Like we saw, unfortunately for Joyful, only 3 mice remaining. Still workable though. Luckily they are past the phase of pushing wedges of cheese. Just need to get that crack open. Will it be a bit more trickier though? Not gonna lie. But it's still manageable. At worst, they'll probably lose out maybe on 1 more mouse, but best case scenario, could probably still escape with all 3. Really comes down to how well they play this out, and To not having the best time here and trying to keep that crack from opening. Luckily, does get the swipe on one of these mice though, but you also have to take note, since this is only the second time that he's actually getting one of the mice on the rocket since we saw Pirate Jerry say sayonara to the game. That's a lot of seconds that these mice can work with, and they're very, very near getting this crack open. So things are still working out for them towards win conditions.
True, and again, they really have to focus. I mean, To here really has to focus on the crack as well because, yeah, as you mentioned, they can sacrifice 1 more mouse right here. But you know what? That is another dispatch coming in from To. So with that being said, this is like no more room for Team Joyful to be dispatched at this point. But you know what? He is going to do a pretty good job in defending this crack right here with placing a lot of traps up on their sleeves. So I think the best case scenario for our mice is to transport the items coming in from different locations of the map, basically just to completely destroy this crack right here, since there are no more available objects that is located into the deck. So that is the best strategy they can do for now.
Yes. Oh gosh, this is becoming really tricky, Sior. I mean, Joyful had such a good start to this game, but it seems like things are slowly falling apart here. Now, luckily, there are a hefty number of seconds to work with to go for that save. Now, big question is, what will Joyful go for? Will they go straight for the rescue? Looks like they will go straight for the rescue, in which case they will try to go back to opening this crack, though. It is just a little bit more, or just a little bit more to take down that wall.
Yes, but with the bubble shield, it's gonna delay or give him some ample time to really defend this turf. So again, for the side of our mice right here, they really have to do something at this point because we're only less than a minute. Time is not really into their favor, and I just love it how To is just defending this non-stop. He knows that the time is in his hands. He knows that sooner or later our mice is gonna go for the chase right here into the crack, and I just like it how Asto is just kiting him away, but Detective Jerry has to be in the terrains right now at this point.
Right, and oh gosh, no.
Oh, just a little more.
Just a little bit more. Can they make it though? Now To just
open.
looking. Oh man, look at how far though they're going, and the number of seconds dwindling, number of seconds on that timer, and look at the end of the day, it will be a cat win. This story really wanting to try to stay alive in this tournament, Sarah, and it's a good step forward.
Yes, so with that being said, you know, D-Story was able to gather up some points up on their sleeves right here with only 1 mouse that was able to, you know, really survive that. So let's see if onto our second half, will D-Story finally get the points that they deserve to force a round number 3, or will, Team Joyful again lock this slot in? Because you have to take note that their cat was dominating during our round number 1. So let's see if that is the same case scenario for our round number 2 second half.
Right, and gosh, this is good in which case. So it does give a glimmer of hope to the story. Now, all the story needs to do is make sure that they don't lose out on the second half, because even though they were able to cut out the possibility of Joyful getting a hefty number of points, there is still a chance that things can be reversed on the flip side. By point, sure, there's a small bit of a catch up, but they still aren't in the clear just yet. They need to avoid a round win. And if by the second half, Joyful still manages to reap more points than this story was from the first half, then that still means game over. Let's say, even though there is the effort of a step up in the story, and that would be heartbreaking if that happens.
True. So yes, there's still a lot of work that the story has to do here if they want to force the round number 3. But I think at this point, Team Joyful is not gonna let that happen anytime soon, because they were in a comfortable position already during round number 1. So of course, if you want to secure your spot, you would really want to keep that comfiness or comfortable really constant at this point, because you want to secure your spot. Again, this is single elimination, no more cushions, no more second chances. So yeah, I guess for Team Joyful, they just really have to at least get 5 points for them to secure their win.
Yeah, hopefully in their case it is possible. And oh gosh, like really looking forward to how this match will pan out, whether or not we'll get a round 3. It really is ultimately up to the story to try to get on that upward trajectory, just so that they can try to make up for lost ground and continue on in this single elimination bracket and hit that top 4. That is the goal, to be able to go all the way into tomorrow's semifinals, and who knows, maybe the grand finals. The story still wants it. Not gonna lie though, it is looking a bit more shaky for them. They did have to kind of recrawl their way back during the group stage, so now is the time to just try to take it all the way. They really need to bring their A game going into this, so hopefully we see that. I mean, we've seen them do it before. Hopefully they can do it again.
But yeah, in a very shaky situation, this also you have to consider here as well their mental fortitude on how they will be able to think this through, because once you get a little bit of tilted, you kind of lose your focus into your initial strategy. But this is going to be the pick and ban phase for our round 2 second half. Joy will be using Classic Tom, and again the classics for the side of the story right here. If they want to make things work, they have to utilize these set of Jerrys into its maximum potential. And I think the best strategy here is for King Jerry's to basically just lure out the cat, AOM specifically. But I think AOM already knows this, since he is the cat player here. So I think he knows that he's just going to be lured out at this point. So I think sticking to the strategy that AOM is effective at most is going to be the play here for the side of Team Joyful.
Right, and gosh, super duper pressure that we're feeling here. But you know what? With all things said and done, we are going to be heading into the game. Sayora, I'm super nervous for this story right now, but you know what? If you're a Joyful fan, you're going to want to root for them to just maybe try to get a perfect score out of this one, just so that they don't have to worry about a round 3. You're the story, we want to see them do exactly what Joyful wants. Let's see what happens.
And this is going to be the patrolling phase once again for both of our teams. AOM again utilizing all of the items that are available to use in this terrain. And pretty interesting though that he is a bit of passive this time, simply because other than getting those robot mice, because he was able to spot down one during his time in the dining room area, just letting it be and not really completely swatting it out of the board is just a passive move for Joy. But the thing here is, and I think he is going to work that out during our dispatch phase when our dispatch phase comes, and this is how we go right now. AOM in a good start since he is invisible, maybe catching these mice off guard. These mice, however, really good together from the captain's quarters down to the deck area. So let's see how they are going to scatter themselves up here.
Yeah, and
Oof.
this is an interesting start off, in which case here for Joy just gets the ball rolling right away. We're not even that was like we're not even a minute into the game, CR, and AOM is already getting the ball rolling. Now, of course, for DTR, they're gonna have to respond to this right away. They don't want to lose out on a mouse this early on into the second half, and looks like they are going for the response. Like we say, however, whenever somebody does get rocketed, the flip side is that they will have to compensate a bit for their progress onto wedge. And oh my gosh, AOM not slowing down, just gets another snatch.
He just really wants to secure this spot right here, not wasting any time, because during round number 1, he was, keeping up his pace with the pace that Destroy was giving. But right now, he's not wasting any more time here. So it's a good thing that our mice were able to stun him out for a short duration. But the hunt for Magician is real for the side of AOM this time around.
Yeah, and oh man, this is really hard for DTR. The fact that AOM has been constantly getting members of DTR swiped, as soon as they go for rescue, someone ends up getting snatched back. So it's a really tricky situation that the story is dealing with. But luckily, another member is free once again. Play shall continue.
All right. So again, he was stunned, and the Magician Jerry was able to struggle his way out. But the thing here is, I love it how AOM's just prioritizing Magician Jerry here, because he knows he is going to secure this mouse off the bat. And I think this is going to be the first dispatch coming in from him with 9 seconds on the clock. Let's see if another commitment will be pushed down here. I think he's not going to make it at this point with the mousetrap being placed. So this forces out Team Destroy to just, let it be and just transition to another wedge of cheese. But you know what? All of that fiasco happening, and there wasn't much any progress in terms of the pushing of the cheese.
Yeah, and man, this is unfortunate here for DTR. Not the most ideal start. I mean, only 2 wedges of cheese pushed out, and not to mention 3 mice remaining. I mean, it's still workable, but it's definitely going to significantly slow down their progress as far as objectives here, especially with how on top of things AOM has been this far.
Okay, so he might be on the hunt at the captain's quarters, really knowing that King Jerry is in the vicinity. So let's see how get that like sticker of that King Jerry just popped out. So he is going to place him in the one of the highest places of the map right here. So with 44 seconds to work with, this is gonna place Team DTR in a very hefty situation, because 1, they have to go for a save, and number 2, they have to work on with a wedge of cheese. But it's highly unlikely to happen, because whenever they go for the save, there is always a corresponding trade.
That has been super unfortunate for DTR here. In all fairness, though, I will commend them for the fact that they do try to avoid these objectives not getting compensated. But at the same time, there's only so much you can do, and time is ticking here for Detective Jerry. They have to go for that rescue. They can't afford to lose out on any more mice. Otherwise, it's just going to further complicate their situations going for objectives. They do manage to get that save, but for how long? AOM has been championed for just snatching mice, not letting these chases get prolonged, but he has slowed down a bit here, so this will slow down his progress on trying to nail down his next victim, in which case, but he is not that far off the trail. And oh man, the snatch comes in, and I think that will ultimately mean, CR, that we may be losing out on our next mouse this time around. Still a bit of a way to go since it is Detective Jerry. So luckily it's a different target.
Yeah, but the fact that he is able to put out the pressure still for the side of DTR, forcing them to really split, because one has to go for that wedge of cheese and the other has to go for the save. So it kind of delays the time for them to do the objectives. And just look at this again. King Jerry will be saving him once again, but unfortunately Detective Jerry was caught up by the mouse trap. So this time I think when Detective Jerry is placed in the rocket chair, it's going to be another dispatch coming in for AOM.
Yeah, gosh. In all fairness, the story, as you can see on other parts of the map, they were trying to not compensate objectives, but I think this is where things get further complicated. So you are sure you got 4 wedges of cheese pushed in, you still have 1 more to go, and you only have 2 mice, not to mention. So at this point in time, your narrow win condition for DTR is you can't let any one of you succumb to getting strapped to a rocket. But luckily, they were able to get that last wedge of cheese pushed in. But AOM has a different objective here. What AOM is going to go for here is, you know what? Push in that last wedge of cheese. There's only 2 mice remaining. All I have to do is mount up the strongest defense I can on this crack, and I should be good to go.
True, but you know what? He's not really getting deterred from chasing all of these mice, even though that they are in a very dispersed area. So he was able to swat down Classic Jerry. Classic Jerry here's best bet is to go into the very secluded place of the map. Meanwhile, Detective Jerry is on his way to destroy the crack right here. But this may not look good for the side of DTR, because if Classic Jerry was dispatched at this point, this could be a game for Team Joyful.
Oh man. So that's gonna be another victim strapped to a rocket. Now there's no okay, you know what? Crack is open though, but that's just like one small consolation. The fact is they have to go for a rescue here. Time is ticking, by the way, super duper fast. And there you have it. Just like that, CR, the cat manages to win it.
Yeah, with 3 mice successfully dispatched into our game. So again, this is another point for the side of Team Joyful. And let's see how many scores did Team Destroy was able to collect here, since they were able to force the escape phase, completing that wedge of cheese. But that Joyful was able to dispatch 3 in the process. This is going to place them in a comfortable position, and a hefty one for Team Destroyed.
Yeah, but you have to take note though, Zero, is that with the points rolling out, we do have a draw for both sides, which means we're getting a round 3 between Joyful and the Story.
Yes, so the Story was able to work their way, at least getting this 3rd round. But again, this is their one more final chance to actually make a play, because 10 points for the side of Team Joyful. So sure, they may, if they are able to, have a complete dispatch or have a complete escape for either of the halves. But if they let at least a single point or a single, mishap that could work for Team Joyful may be securing this, spot. So, case closed, conclusion tells, the Story has to wipe them all out this time for round number 3.
Yeah, and let's set what exactly needs to happen here, Zero. So, if you're the Story, you basically, you were able to prolong the series by tying things up. Now you have to pull off what you weren't able to do in either of these rounds, which is to dominate in both halves. Because the fact of the matter is, sure, prolonged it, but you still have that hefty difference that you're working with. That's a 9-point difference that they need to catch up on, Zero. Still 9 points, meaning that if they lose the first half, if my math serves me correctly, there is no way there's no possibility whatsoever where they'll be able to make second half sway in their favor. So they have to dominate both halves. In each case. First things first, though, let's see how pick and ban will go.
Okay, this is interesting. This time, Joy will be picking out Lightning here since Tomcat was banned out. And for the side of Joyful, they ban out Detective Jerry and Robin Hood Jerry. Understandable, since you would really want to have that mobility up on your hands. You don't want that for the side of Lightning. But Lightning being the mobile cat right here, all the more, gives you the peak of interest, because Lightning, a mobile cat in a very compressed area, it means he has a lot of coverage in terms of the map. Basically, with his dashes and basically his movement speed alone, can really close-in the gap whenever he is, on the chase. But for the side of the mouse this time, we did see the Devil Jerry being chosen right here. So I would love to see how this pans out, especially for Team Destroy, because this is their last hope, basically. And you did mention that they couldn't really give any more points to Team Joyful, because there is not going to be any more way for them to catch it up if they do.
Yeah, and first things first here, in which case, since we are going to be seeing DTR on the mouse side for us, straight up, get all those wedge pushed in, get as many people as possible out of that crack. That is the straightforward win condition that they need to go forward here. They just need to avoid getting dispatched straight up.
And again, patrolling phase still doing the similar strategies of most of our cat and mice, just scanning the area. For Joy, getting all of these concoctions, placing some traps in to get the idea if ever there are some mouse who's going to pass by. But with this dispatch phase is going to happen right now. So let's see if... Ooh! Looks like in the early stages of this game, Joy has the upper hand in catching them off guard. And you have to think of this as Lightning. So in terms of the chasing capabilities, he may have a good shot at this. And the fact that he's invisible, this could really, shaken things up a bit for the side of the mice.
Oh, man. So sneaky, in which case, AOM just trying to find his first target here. Is on the right track, though. Going towards the eastern side of the map. There's a lot of mice converged in that area, in which case, slowly playing the catch-up here, just speeding his way through, and might actually catch Devil Jerry here, in which case, doesn't get the spot out on him. Luckily for Devil Jerry, did transition towards the lower part of the map, so instead AOM will find the heftier numbers, though, where everyone else is at. So this is still nonetheless a good start for him.
So quickly getting Classic Jerry off the bat right here, as he is going to place him onto the Rocketeer. And as mentioned, with the mobility that Lightning has, it's no question to where he was able to go to the attic at a very quick pace, not using the pipes there. And I like it how he places a fish onto the door area, because it notifies Lightning to if there are any potential mice that will attempt the save. So basically, Lightning staying in here means that he wants to secure this first dispatch, and that is what he shall do right now. So King Jerry is going to connect that save right there. So Classic Jerry will be going into the pipes. Let's see. The chase is on. They are onto the patio area right now. So burdening up the distance here, but Lightning was caught by Bruce in the process, delaying that chase. But with the help of this dash, we'll be having a little bit of a coverage here for their side. So let's see how things are going to pan out right here, as this is kind of a back to square one for Joyful AOM.
Yeah, AOM's taken a bit of time here to amp up, in which case we're already 2 minutes 30 seconds into the game. He hasn't really gotten a full commit on any one of these mice just yet. But then again, on the flip side, great job from DTR to make sure to keep him in check. Now AOM spots out one of these wedges of cheese in the area. Now all it comes down to is whether or not he can find somebody, and you know what? Just like that, actually bumps into Devil Jerry and says, you know what? I'll take you to the rocket.
And off to the attic area, he goes to really one of the secluded places of the map. So this forces out either Classic Jerry or King Jerry to go for the save. Fish and Mousetrap is going to place there. Dash is going to happen, but his vision is slightly blocked. So the save is going to connect right here, but the owner was able to sweep him down alongside with Classic Jerry. So let's see how the chase is going to happen here. Again, using the pipes onto the patio area. But you know what? Look at that. The Classic Jerry was knocked down, and off to the rocket chair he is placed once again. And that is going to be the first dispatch for the side of Team Joyful.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting, Sierra, is there was so much time that DTR was able to buy out. Now I'm actually very surprised to see that, you know, already nearing 4 minutes into the game, we only still see one wedge of cheese pushed in. Now, I'm pretty sure that at some second in time, we're going to see a sudden boost, but nonetheless, I mean, with only 3 mice remaining, they might want to amp it up, and there you go.
Yeah, simultaneously pushing 2 wedges of cheese, so they need 2 more to actually go for the escape. But AOM is not really going to let this happen at this point, and just really onto the chase for King Jerry right here, finally successfully getting this mouse off the bat and goes into the patio area to secure this mouse. So Devil Jerry on his way, however, to go for the save, but with the fish and the mousetrap in him, was able to go for the save though without getting caught, but the trade will be happening soon. But the priority of his targets is just real. Let's see if he goes for another attempt here. Lice kiting coming in from King Jerry, and that was a timely one coming in from him, but the fall damage will happen. No, it's not, but he's gonna block some vision, and the mousetrap is gonna keep him off from fully escaping right here. So let's see how things will be going right now. He is having a hard time catching King Jerry, but finally was able to place him once more into this area.
Yeah, that's quite a number of seconds to go here. In which case, nobody in the vicinity, by the way, to try to get a save onto King Jerry. But you know what? They do realize that they need to respond to this as soon as possible. Unfortunately, we'll get caught by Mousetrap, but at the same time, Ledogo is actually in the area as well. Look at Lightning going at lightning speed, though. We'll just try to salvage that rescue right there. And the chase will continue, but DTR has to be careful. They can't afford another one to say sayonara. In which case, AOM doing a great job here. Now, okay, not able to get the Swiperoni right away, but all is well. Gets back on track, and that's already another mouse dispatch. But here's the thing, Sierra. Just need one more, but at the same time, has to defend that crack. So, he has to hit 2 birds with 1 stone here.
Yes, but you know what? That is 2 mice that were dispatched by AOM right here. And look at this. All of the items, instead of using it for the crack, use it to lightning as well. But it's not really going to deter him. And look at this. King Jerry this time is going to be placed on the rocket chair, really forcing Devil Jerry to go for the save. The save is going to connect right here, but not to the point where an AOM is going to be stopped, because look at this. He knows his priority, and he's not afraid that Devil Jerry is gonna go and destroy the crack, because he still has some time to work with at this point. But look at that, 10 seconds on the board right here. Devil Jerry a bit too far off the distance here. Just go for the repair, and finally the dispatch is going to happen. This is going to be the game for Team Joyful.
Yes, and oh my gosh, Sayora, that's what we were talking about here. Like DTR, they need to step up their game, and if they can't, then but yeah, it did lead towards a cat victory here for AOM. DTR, they did the best they can. They got all 5 wedges of cheese pushed in, even under dire circumstances. But as we were saying, they needed to bring it to the full throttle. Unfortunately, that isn't the case. And there you have it towards the end of it all. We have our second semifinalist in Top Clans 2020, and it is going to be Joyful. Kudos to the story, though, for trying their hardest. As we said, they tried to salvage the game. Luckily, they were able to tie it up in round 2. But as we said, nothing short of perfection is going to cut it for them going into round 3. And good effort, just didn't go all the way what we were hoping. But on the flip side, Joyful just very well played, as they will clinch their top 4 spot. Very well deserved, in which case, from group stage going up to the elimination round, just very impressive. And looking forward to even greater things from them moving forward. But still, we're only halfway through the tournament, Sierra.
True, really halfway, because that is matches 1 and 2 done for today. We still have 2 more matches to witness to really see who gets to secure the last 2 spots for the semifinals. And again, to those who have lost, apparently this may be the end of your tournament journey for the top clans, but do not fret. There are a lot of tourneys in store for you for the Tom and Jerry Chase, guys, and congrats for reaching it thus far. But for the side of Team Joyful, congratulations for the consistency right here. You know, really fighting it off and placing yourself in a good position to prepare for tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, it's a nice build up here that we have, which case in Seora. I mean, these teams not only fighting for their spot in the top 4, but it's also great preparation for what's ahead as well, because the lesser these teams get, the more competitive it will be as well for these teams to try to rake up those wins. The competition gets even more fiercer, and I think that's the beauty of our format right here at Top Clans 2020, where single elimination, just straight up after the group stage, you know that you already have 8 highly competitive teams now. Putting them into the sudden death all of a sudden, where you don't have any cushioning, really pushes them to the limit. And I think we have a great set here. And you know what, win or lose for these teams, the fact that they've made it to top 8 already is a huge deal. They're already getting a substantial chunk of that prize pool. But of course, everybody wants to win, everybody wants to get the champion title, but reality is only one can become our Tom and Jerry Chase champion at TC 2020. And based on the results so far, it could be one of the 2 initial teams that we have so far. It could be Joyful, could be Space, and later on we'll find out who those other 2 teams will be that'll fight it off in the second bracket for the semifinals. Like I said, only halfway through here, guys, and there's all the more Tom and Jerry Chase action coming your way.
True, but I guess later we will be showing you guys the MVP of our game. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Joyful AOM, like, you know, being on the cat side, just really consistent and securing a lot of points for his team. So it's not going to be surprising if he's the one who's going to be the MVP of our game. But again, guys, to those who are currently watching the stream, later on we will be showing you how the gift redeeming mechanics is gonna happen with the instructions and the QR code as well. But like I said, Articuno, this is going to be our MVP of the day with the Joy AOM and the cat side for Team Joyful.
Yeah, just really good job by AOM stepping up when it really counts for the rest of the team. And this is why, in all fairness, like, AOM did a pretty good job throughout this series, if you think about it. Not just for this last bit here, but even during the prior ones. So just made this win all the more definitive for Joyful, in which case, and yeah, as we said, that was match 2 of our quarterfinals, guys. It's coming down to the wire, and I'm really excited to see who could ultimately be our champion. It's really exciting to follow the journeys of these teams right here at Tom and Jerry Chase. But as we go along, Sierra, why don't you go ahead and inform our audience one more time about Lucky Draw before we go on a break?
So this is the lucky draw, guys. All you have to do is to simply guess who is going to be the winner of our matches here, and this is going to be the instructions that are displayed on your screen. You get a lot of prizes in store for you. You can have a chance to win $2 US in-game gift goodie bags there for the to swag it up. And of course, guys, for you to experience the action of Tom and Jerry Chase, this is available to download in the App Store and Google Play. And with that, guys, if you did download the game, there is also the giveaway mechanics that is in store for you. In a bit, we will be showing you how the instructions are going to be laid out for you guys to claim those amazing prizes. Here we go. Go onto this website right here, tjcgiftcode.com, or scan the QR code that is indicated onto your screens. The following instructions are as follows. You choose your server first, you enter your in-game ID, enter the CAPTCHA code, and click confirm. This is today's code, ladies and gentlemen, TJSI1117, and then tap that redeem. Once you enter the game, go on to that mailbox and claim those hefty rewards. And of course, you guys just witnessed the match number 2 between the Story and Joyful, winning it out and saving their spot for tomorrow's match. We will be witnessing more matches later on, guys, but for now, this is Siora, and with me is Articuno. We will be having a very short break here for the Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase quarterfinals. See you in a bit.
Hello everyone. We've created a TikTok challenge for players to pose like their favorite in-game characters. We wanted to give a platform for fans to show their passion for Top Clans 2020. You can win up to 600 USD in this challenge. That's just enough money to buy that next generation console. All you have to do is remember 3 easy steps. Step 1 is to find a pose from your favorite game. Step 2 is to make that pose in real life.
Pose, Jojo, pose, 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 Jojo, pose, 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 click the kill switch, Jojo, pose.
Finally, step 3 is to add the hashtag TCPose and submit it on TikTok. Remember to follow our official account at Top Clans to see the best entries. One of them might be yours.
And welcome back, guys, to Top Clans 2020. This is Passion for Tom and Jerry Chase, one of the hottest games to hit the market. right here in Southeast Asia. Now, we're going to be your casters. I'm Articuno. With me at Seora for the quarterfinals as we reach the epic conclusion of this tournament this very weekend.
And pretty exciting because, as mentioned earlier, we were able to witness two of the intense matches that we have for this afternoon, and both of them really dominating. So let's see if we are going to see, a different pace for our remaining two matches right now. But this is also interesting because the remaining matches that we have is also a very cat-dominating performance from our group stages. So I'm excited to see how things will pan out for both of our teams, because this is the last two spots, or the last two place that both of our teams will be fighting over. So let's not, fall behind, as Team Behind is going to have this very interesting set of rosters for their team. We have Topsy, Lightning, and Classic Tom for DTG's Cat, and for the Mice, still the essential picks for the Mice right here. And for the side of Mr. Junior that we did witness before, really had some stuff in terms of that Classic Tom with APZL, and also the Lightning and Topsy, so they have a pretty similar cat compositions here. But for their, Mice still sticking to their stones here with some Devil Toughies and Pirate Juries to boot as well. So yeah.
Also, one thing I'd like to highlight here is I'm kind of sad, to be honest, that we're seeing a Mr. Junior versus Behind matchup this early on, because these are one of the few teams that entering the tournament had Cat Overlords, and for Behind's case, some Mouse Overlords in their ranks. So on paper, you have probably two of the most anticipated teams duking it out this early. Like, this is a match that I feel would have been much more appropriate to have casted in the semis, or maybe even as finals quality. But you know what? On the flip side, it at least gives us a very intense quarterfinals matchup to look forward to, as we're pretty sure that these two teams are going to cut it very close going into this.
And again, the usual pickings for both sides of the team. Behind picking up the Classic Tom, banning out Musketeer Tuffy, but for the others, we'll be having the three standard picks plus Pirate Jury. So we did mention that Pirate Jury wasn't that much of an effective into our meta, but luckily we were proven wrong actually into the earlier match, because we did see that the Pirate Jury earlier was used effectively when kiting. So let's see if the Pirate Jury for Team Mr. Junior is going to be effective as well, with if not for kiting, for actually containing the Tomcat.
Definitely. And I don't know, Seora, this is, if anything, this is probably one of the matches where I have full expectation that it's going to be close. I really don't think that either of these teams are going to close out as early as round 2. I think this might be one of the few matches that I can confidently say could go into a best of 3, but we'll just have to see. I mean, I might end up jinxing it again. So let's get into the game, in which case to find out.
And yeah, still you guys are already starting to get the pattern here, especially for the groups, even from the time of the group stage, is that most of our cats just uses the terrains to find any essential items that they can use for later, and using this patrolling phase to buff themselves up with a lot of concoctions that they pass by, and to basically place the proper mouse traps, if not in the mouse holes or in the set of cheese, mostly in a certain area wherein they might predict to where the other mice will pass by themselves. So for the side of the mice, however, using these robot mice or robot mouse to basically locate the numbers or the wedges of cheese in the area, also to spot out the cat locations as well. Because if they were able to find where the cat is at, that is like the place where they can avoid, at least for the few seconds of the game, to actually create a gap against Bell here.
Yeah, and oh man, this is one of the tricky sort of scenarios that you're dealing with when you're playing in this huge map like Summer Cruise. And take note of positioning as well, by the way. Magician Jerry just working towards the top side of the map, in which case whilst everybody is keeping busy towards the lower decks. I think this is good positioning in which case for Mr. Junior, because you have so many mice condensed towards one area. I mean, sure, it becomes a delectable buffet for the cat in choosing targets, but at the same time, it also leaves you less terrain to cover when you're trying to go for rescue. So that should theoretically work for Mr. Junior in the long term, should that happen. But yeah, for now, all is a-okay.
Yeah, and this is going to be the first catch for Bell right here, taking Pirate Jerry on his hands of basically a similar strategy that we see through going into one of the secluded places of the map, which is the boiler room and the cabin, to place the mice whenever they capture a mice, basically. And this kind of forces the other mice to go into that said area and really negate the pushing of the cheese, because it's a far area and there is a lot of effort when transversing yourself in that certain type of area. So right now, again, a lot of commitments that are going to be opt here for Ms.
Yeah, and oh man, this is a really good,
place.
fairly decent begin. In which case, for our cat here, has a solid defense going on towards Pirate Jerry, and it's a struggle for everyone on here, in which case, and objective wise, it's decent. I mean, they positioned some cheeses towards some holes, so that's at least a consolation in itself, I guess. They get 2 wedges of cheese pushed in, but bigger question here is not only do they have Pirate Jerry still strapped to a rocket chair, but another one that is bound for getting strapped on as well. And just like that, easy peasy lemon squeezy for our cat here as he dispatches his first mouse.
Indeed. So right now, again, this is going to leave Bell in a slightly comfortable space wherein he's not in a place to rush. But at the same time, though, the fact that he is able to contain these mice from further pushing the wedges of cheese, because this is a good spot for him, having the Magician Jerry in the cabin plus 1 wedge of cheese. It just pressures out all the more the side of the mice right here, since he's basically having two advantageous points up on his sleeve. Although Robin Hood Jerry was able to push that wedge of cheese into the deck area, the fact that he is heavily guarding the boiler room and the cabin area is just working out for him.
Oh my gosh, this is going south way too fast for Mr. Junior here. I mean, imagine already having the Magician initially strapped on. Luckily, they were able to salvage the save. King Jerry is still strapped though, and this is significantly going to slow down the progress on the rest of these cheese though. Still a bit of a way to go for King Jerry, but oh my gosh, that's so unfortunate. It will be Robin Hood instead. That says sayonara as King Jerry is salvaged. Only 2 mice remaining, not to mention 2 wedges of cheese. Odds aren't quite on Mr. Junior's side right now.
Get another cat-dominating performance for this match, Articuno, and this is the 3rd mouse to be into the hands of Bell, just placing it into the rocket chair. And look at that, with 15 seconds on the clock and King Jerry with a slight amount of distance away from him, there is no more time for the save, and I think this is gonna be a game for Bell right here. And take note, less than 5 minutes on the clock, Articuno.
Yeah, Mr. Junior just concedes their fate to the opposition, and with that, that's gonna be a very convincing and dominating victory for the first half towards behind. I mean, behind they may be by name, but no way are they falling behind towards the start. They are going into this guns a-blazing. That's for sure, Sierra.
Indeed. And yes, we are starting to see a trend right here, Tikuno, that even though that, okay, sure, you have a bit of mix with your mouse compositions, but the fact that our cats right here just really know how to dictate the pace. denying basically the pushing of the wedges of cheese from our mice side is just you just have to like stand in awe basically. I mean, even though we're not yet done talking, they are already progressing to the next step, which is getting the other mice up their sleeve. So this is just looking good for our cats.
It is. It really is, actually, now that you mention it. And I mean, okay, talking about the second half now. Hefty points that we have for the start here for behind. Now, I mean, we've seen Mr. Junior manage to regain their composure in group stage. Numerous matches if we think about it. On the flip side, though, so I do have high expectation of them going into the second half because, like I said, this is a matchup that is worthy of semis to even finals because of the, like, on paper, cat overlords and mouse overlords across the board. Now, if there's one overlord that Mr. Junior does have, it is their cat, and hopefully, that in mind on paper, that should help even out their odds. But I heavily stress on paper because like, even if we look at the statistics on paper when we see the team lineups, it painted a different picture once we headed into the group stage, where there were bits and moments where we were kind of worried for Mr. Junior. So you know what, APZL, good old trusty APZL is taking the stage, and let's see if APZL can reverse things back for Mr. Junior to not play catch up in the further rounds.
Yes, so again, a classic Tom is going to be used for Mr. APZL. As you mentioned, this is like one of the winning phases for Mr. Junior right here. And for the side of behind, not really want to place themselves in a behind situation and just really stick themselves to the fundamental aspects that we have. So basically, behind is slightly in a comfortable spot, having to dispatch 3 members during round number 1 first half. So all they have to do is just secure them all, force this to at least push all the wedges of cheese, and at least escape for a 3 mice or 2 mice to be in a very safe haven.
Yeah. So this is gonna be the true test here, I feel, for Mr. APZL, because as I was saying, might be a cat overlord on paper, but if I'm recall correctly, behind has more than 1 mouse overlords on their side as well. So if anything, this is probably going to be one of the matchups in this tournament with very high expectations, just because of having a lot of players in this particular half right now with very high rankings in Tom and Jerry Chase. So I'm hoping to learn a thing or two in this matchup. Siora, patrolling phase is about to end, in which case APZL just trying to set up wherever he can. I mean, it's such a big map. There's only so much you can do. And you know what? 5 seconds to go. Let's get things started. It is the second half of round 1 for Tom and Jerry Chase, and mice are on the loose on Summer Cruise.
All right. Oh, I like what you did back there. Okay, but you know what? This, like as you said, that the similar strategy for at least both of our sides, just scouting out the areas and going for some cheese. But look at the positions here. APZL already spotting out the Devil Tuffy here, but you know what? He was the one who was stunned in the long run right here. So right now, Mr. APZL, however, was able to get back on his feet and get this first mouse with less than a minute to boot. So that is also a good job coming in from APZL. And look at that, with the process there, DH was also injured. And look at this, I think this is his second mouse right here. Tikuno, also a very fast-paced chase for the side of Mr. Junior.
Yeah, and oh my gosh. This is APZL trying to pick up the pace now, in which case. So, meanwhile, for the side of behind, definitely not the most ideal scenario, getting one of your numbers caught this early on. But you know what? Some decent setups towards the cheese already, just to make sure that objectives are readily in place. But they do have to respond for this rescue, though. I mean, that number of seconds is not looking healthy for our pirate here, Seora. I'm a bit worried.
Indeed. So again, looking at this. So okay, that was a quick dispatch coming in from Mr. APZL. But the thing here is, there is still room for our team behind to go for this wedges of cheese. But with all of this though, I like it how APZL is just really defending this mouse hole right here. And both two wedges of cheese are located in their area. So Mr. APZL just has to really heavily guard this terrain. And look at that. That is exactly what he's doing right now. And just Devil Tuffy being injured with all of these mouse traps. Finally, APZL taking advantage of that. Goes in for another chase right here. Places him onto a rocket chair. Kind of convenient with the location because it's also near the other register cheese. So this forces out Detective Jerry and Mouseketeer Tuffy to push that one wedge of cheese into the other deck. And will be going to go for the save right here. It's essential for them to go for the save because they can't afford another dispatch here coming in from Mr. Junior.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, they're really picking up the pace here. At least for APZL side, doing a great job at pressuring these mice. I mean, we have a lot of mouse overlords on behind, but they're struggling to roll with the punches so far. I mean, they're setting up the cheese when they can, but I mean, we're already past the 3-minute mark, and objectives have been on a little bit of the slower side, not gonna lie.
And yeah, just like that, this is pretty interesting for our teams right here. You have to take note that two wedges of cheese are together, so it kind of have, in terms of terrains, Mr. APZL has the upper hand, but look at this. Mouseketeer Tuffy, I think, is on his way to go for the push, but onto the lower left side of the screen. Detective Jerry really pushing this wedge of cheese in and out of the cabin area right now, while Mr. APZL is on the chase for Devil Tuffy. Understandable, since he has a very low brink of health at this point. So let us see if Devil Tuffy is going to go for an all-out kiting session here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the progress here, and I am pleasantly surprised by behind. They were able to make up for lost ground here by getting a total of 4 wedges of cheese now pushed in at this point in the game. However, the fact that Thomas managed to swipe another one of their numbers, that's going to be very worrisome, especially since Mouseketeer here doesn't really have as many seconds to work with anymore. And I don't think they're going to make it in time for... No, wait a minute. They're going to try to attempt it, and they actually manage it, Seora. On this point in time, though, I think APZL was fine with it, knowing that if ever the swipe comes in again, then that's just going to be sayonara to the one of the mouse. Yeah,
but look at this though. Them really trying to use whatever they have right here. It's not really that fast paced in terms of pushing the wedges of cheese, but the containment that they are doing against Mr. APZL here is slowly working onto their favor, because look at this. They are keeping him at bay, stunning him all around while they push at least a progress with the wedges of cheese right here. And just like that, they were able to force the escape phase right now, Articuno.
Yeah, and so far, really good for our mice. Looks like behind, even though they might have lost out on one of their numbers earlier on, they still know how to roll with the punches. And this is why you don't want to underestimate behind on any front. I mean, that doesn't make sense though, does it? I mean, any front and then their name behind them. That's a interesting convention. So.
Nice pun. I like their pun there. But again, going back right here, so Mr. APZL has a lot of defending to do with double bubble shields up in store, but with a lot of items that are gathered here in the cabin area, it's highly unlikely for Mr. APZL to really catch them all at once. Look at this. The crack is almost open at this point. So if they are able to destroy this and go for a 3-mouse escape, this could be a round for team behind.
Yeah, and oh gosh. This is still looking very dangerous, in which case for APZL. He had such a great start, but now the hole is open, and just like that, behind. Not, oh, man, I gotta stop with these puns. Let me have it there, guys. Not allowing themselves to fall behind, even after an early dispatch on one of their members, and they handled it beautifully right there. They get the victory, and you know what this means here is that behind. I swear I'm not going to make any puns. They aren't falling behind in this series whatsoever. If anything, they are ahead right now with the hefty points that they got from both halves of this match.
I think this is a reverse psychology from Team Behind right here. You know, naming themselves as behind, but you know, doing some leaderboard worthy of a performance coming in from their matches right now. So this is an 8-0 point system for the side of Team Behind here, and all they have to do again is just secure another whopping 6 points for them to secure this spot.
Yeah, and it's very exciting in which case, because I am very impressed by Behind, by the way. Again, just living up to expectation here, having Cat Overlord and quite a number of Mouse Overlords, so top notch right there. And why I'm particularly excited here is the fact that normally when we see a mouse dispatch that early, we see a lot of teams crumble. This is one of those few opportunities where we actually get a game where even though you have one of those mice dispatch early, even imagine with 3 mice, they were able to pull it off with, I wouldn't say with relative ease, because APZL definitely put on some pressure, but it was probably one of the more seamless games we've seen go that long for a mouse that mostly worked with 3 mice for most of the time that they had in that match versus having 4. So just really, really good job.
You would think that, oh, okay, having 3 mice on the board is kind of pressuring because with this type of knowledge, all the cat has to do is to just basically guard the wedges of cheese and at least get what it's gonna go on a downward slope for the side of the mice. It's once he get one out of the board, it's gonna go you know, in a domino effect. But the thing is, they were able to prevent that domino effect from happening and just turn their tables around. But the good side of this is that they didn't rush it. They took their time and they really used the remaining time for the dispatch in a manner wherein they were the ones who set the pace, denying the momentum of APZL back there.
A lot of trust that you have to have in your teammates, in which case, by the way, to pull that off, and they just did it quite well. Okay, moving forward though, I think we've constantly had these win conditions, CR, to be honest. It's that constant scenario where we're just gonna straight up say, if Mr. Junior wants to stay in the game, they have to win the second half. Straight up. Or draw at most if they wanted to force it into round 3. But we've seen what happens when you just settle for a draw in round 2. It still leaves that awkward scenario where there's still that number of points you have to try to rake up during round 3. That's not the easiest task when you have more bans that come into play by then. But you know what? Here we go, Sierra. Pick and ban for round number 2 first half.
All right. So again, Team Behind will be using Tomcat once more, but for the side of Mr. Junior, still with the fundamental picks for the side of the mouse. We don't really have to say much at this point since these are one of the top picks, basically for the mouse. And yeah, as you mentioned, you may, of course, you want to force out at least a draw for this second match. But the thing about draws is that there is this certain trend wherein you go for a draw, things get a little bit shaky onto the third round, and it can it's also a factor wherein the pressure comes in. Oh, I have to do this, I have to do a very good job at this. But with all of that pressure being applied upon the losing team or the losing end, it just is a matter of how tilt proof the team is as well. So for this specific match, they have to gather a lot of points as much as they can if they at least want to place themselves in a comfortable spot and to relax themselves a bit for the third round.
Truly. And you know what? First things first, as we start the patrolling phase in this game, CR, now, DTG gonna have a lot of room to buff up here. Prepare for some craziness that's about to ensue while the mice. I mean, it's less ground-ish to work with, so this will at least allow them to maximize the patrolling area to figure out what the game plan will be as far as placement, but lots of expectation here for Mr. Junior to step up. Particularly, the mouse side is one you want to look at, guys. They want to avoid the dispatches from happening a little bit too early on, just so that they have better leeway. Leaning towards those objectives. Of course, those objectives being pushing in those wedges of cheese. And time goes on, Ciara. We are ready to go. The mice are going to be let loose as we head into round 2 of the first half. Let's do this.
So let's see if they are going to create some magic here for the side of Mr. Junior, or will Team Behind really secure the points that they have already lying down in a comfortable position. So look at this, Behind already with the seconds of the game, getting, if I'm not mistaken, Magician Jerry with less than a minute.
Was fast, not gonna lie. Straight up gonna say that is very, very fast. That will force a rescue earlier on, but you know what, there's a lot of seconds to work with, so they can take just a little bit of time, but also, you know, they risk the more time that they spend elsewhere and the more time that this magician is on the rocket. That just means that there's going to be less seconds to work with if ever this magician gets captured again upon rescue. And you don't want that. You want to try to maximize the time that you have in this game, especially if you're on the side that needs to play catch-up on points.
Yes, and again, even though that he is heavily guarding Magician Jerry here, the fact that they were able to push at least one wedge of cheese is something that they have to take into account for, because we already seen, we were proven wrong earlier that a 3v1 chase is possible, and Team Behind made that happen. So let's see for the cat side if they are going to let that happen, or will they deny that again, prove us again wrong for the second time around. But look at that, just utilizing Bruce and 2 rocket chairs together. Really, really good an advantage for DTG right here to basically just guard this and secure 2 dispatch and just, you know, place himself in a very good position at this point, because if he was able to take down King Jerry here, it's just patience game for him, because all he needs is just one more mouse.
Yeah, and ooh, that is a very tricky predicament for Mr. Junior. As we were saying, like, you don't want to lose out on mice this early on, and the time is ticking for King Jerry. They have to go for a rescue, but nobody is in the vicinity to do so, and that's going to be second dispatch. Ciara, this game is going south for Mr. Junior way too fast.
And when you meant fast, less than 3 minutes on the clock. And this is, I guess, one of the fastest dispatches that we have for today. And, you know, DTG not really minding at this point if he gets stunned all over, because time and in terms of a mice chase is in his hands, because all I have to do is just spot one more, place it in a rocket chair, secure it, because it's essentially gonna lure out the other mouse to go for the save.
Right, and you know what? Small consolation is it is taking a bit of time for DTG to get his next target, but I mean that's just honestly trying to look at the positive side rather for Mr. Junior right now. It's a long way to go, and DTG is on the right track, in which case trying to figure out where that mouse is. And on the flip side, this is significantly slowing down their progress on wedge pushes.
True, and look at this, just Tom being patient at this point, you know, and just guarding this wedges of cheese, because he knows eventually that the mice are gonna be in the area. So again, he is gonna transition to Balded Patio. They will be crossing paths at any time soon, so let's see how DTG is going to plan this out and how our mice are gonna make this thing work, because okay, look at this, using the pipes to just closing up the distance here, whacking the pan but not gonna hit, but was able to put him in a half health. So was just placing or playing with the terrains that they have right here out of the staircase. At this point, he just really have to avoid getting caught. But this is highly unlikely since his HP is very, very low. And oh, look at that. He was unfortunately knocked down. And that's another dispatch coming in from DTG.
Yeah, no choice for Mr. Junior but to try to go for that rescue, because fact of the matter is they're barely anywhere with the progress on these Chiefs, and if they want to try to stay in the game, they need to keep those numbers bolstered, at least what numbers they have left, in which case. And look at DTG establishing such a strong defensive position and actually gets the snatch onto Detective Jerry and Ciora. I think this is a good done deal. I mean, man, DTG just pushed it to full throttle, and full throttle is sending everybody out of here. Dispatch sayonara, baby.
You think that team behind is already dominating, and this is them showing us a more different level of dispatching the mice. I mean, if you notice, this is a legit quick game. You know, with the first seconds already catching 2 mice and just taking his time with the remaining seconds that he has. This is just a monster play coming in from DTG, team behind at this point.
Yeah, and oh man, just gonna have to tell it as it is. Like Mr. Junior, they're trying their hardest to try to keep in the game here, but at this point in time, it's a monumental task that they have to do to not only win a round, but from here on out, they have to play. Like, let's say they do manage to perfect the second half. They have to continue to play perfect all the way into the first half and second half of round 3 to try to salvage this series. I use the word salvage because that's kind of what it's come to at this point for Mr. Junior. They've been playing hard. They've worked so hard to get to where they're at here in the top 8. But, you know, if you're Mr. Junior supporter, then some plus ultra magic has to happen for them. That's for sure. Because behind is really living up to what we've been seeing on paper as one of the best teams to enter top 8, and they're continuing to live up to that, CR. That's for sure.
Yes, and this other teams have to be very ready because even I myself am threatened by the cat potentials of team behind at this point, because if I'm not mistaken, this is the fastest dispatch that we have, like all throughout, even in the group stages. So it's pretty interesting that team behind is just really showing that they really deserve the spot right here. But you know what? Like you did mention, Mr. Junior here just really working their hardest in gathering as much points as they can, but they just are kept being denied by that fact.
Yeah, and oh man, I'm really not sure how this is gonna be going at this point for Mr. Junior, because like I said, it's a tough task. And okay, let's go ahead and look at the odds here as well. APZL again, capped for Mr. Junior, one of the best in this tournament without a doubt. But we've seen how the mice for behind side is able to roll with that. Again, like I said, they probably had some of the best showings of playing a game under pressure, and that pressure being losing out on one of their teammates so earlier on, but still managing to not only get all the objectives done, but also get through the cracks. So it's tough. It really is tough. There's no other way to put it.
Truly, and I'm also excited how team behind is going to perform as the mice this time. But I'm also having high expectations for the cat for Mr. Junior, because this is I guess it's safe to say the very last hope of them collecting or gathering points for themselves if they really want to force this third game that we have. But seeing how dominating the performance earlier of team behind's cat, this is all the more expectation for a PZL to really top it up a notch. And basically your objective here is just to dispatch all of the mice right here for team behind.
Yeah, and there you have it. Already the composition that we have. Classic Tom, once again, just a constant favored pick here. in this tournament as far as pick percentage goes. Interesting lineup that we're seeing on the flip side for Behind, in which case, but really looking forward to seeing how Behind is gonna play this out once again, whether this time they'll manage to keep their 4 numbers healthy as we head on into the game. Patrolling phase we go.
So again, this is pretty interesting for how Mr. Junior is going to pan this all out. Again, similar maps, similar compositions for both sides of the team. So it's just a matter of execution and how Mr. APZL is going to really dwindle the number of mice in the vicinity. So usual strategy, going in for some concoctions and locations of our respective areas, and for his rotation so far for APZL wasn't able to spot out any wedge of cheese here, so that could be a bit tricky for the later parts of the game, because our mice, however, already has a rough idea since they were able to transition themselves to the bedroom, to the dining room, and eventually in the patio area.
Yeah, and here we go. As the numbers tick down for the patrolling phase, we are heading straight into dispatch time as the mice are on the loose for the second half. It's going to be the fight for their lives for Mr. Junior. Can APZL pull through for his team, or will Behind ultimately bring themselves one step closer to the Top Clans 2020 crown with the hefty points that they've already managed to secure throughout the first 3 halves of this matchup? Let's go, Ciara.
All right, Articuno. So right now, APZL, we did mention that invisibility gives you that stealthy prowess, but this worked really well for APZL because really being on par with DTG from earlier will be able to get 1 mice rocketed into the chair, but the early save coming in from Team Behind is just real at this point. But you see Robin and Jerry is going to fall into the other areas of the map right here, and APCL not really falling off behind with the momentum that DTG demonstrated earlier. So he was able to get this 1 mouse onto the rocket chair right now. So let's see if it's going to go in a sturdier pace that can work for him. So looking at this, so James is gonna be trapped into the mouse. Will he be able to go for the other capture? Okay, King Jerry is gonna wave his wand right here. A successful save is going to happen. But look at this. They were able to push 1 wedge of cheese right now. So both Detective Jerry and Robin Hood Jerry are injured at the moment. So they have to kite themselves away from APZL. Oh, that SWAT was almost there. But look at this. The kiting prowess of Jamie right here, transitioning himself to the stairs area, keeping APZL busy. And look at this, 2 wedges of cheese already pushed through by our Team Behind.
Yeah, and I mean, so far so good, in which case for Behind. As I was saying, the hope and the prayer here for Behind, just so that it becomes a little bit more better than what happened during their first round, is they could maintain all 4 members of their mouse squad up and intact, and with 2 wedges of cheese pushed in, it's actually not that bad progress at all. And APZL just kind of struggling to pick up the pieces and roll with securing 1 of these mice. But look at this. These mice are really causing him some problems here, not making themselves the easiest target for the swiping. And I swear, it just keeps on jinxing it, Ciara.
Yeah, you do. I mean, this matchup is kind of having an impact on you right now, Articuno. But again, APZL was able to, get Devil Tuffy right here. And I think this could be a first dispatch from him if King Jerry is not going to make it right now. So waits for the dynamite, goes for the save actually. And right now, the others are actually on their way in pushing this wedge of cheese. Meanwhile, Devil Tuffy is just basically kiting the time out of here. But you know what, he is gonna fall down right now. So even though Mr. APZL is going to place it in a rocket chair, this is not gonna stop it. Look at that, the dynamite take. But Devil Tuffy was trapped, but he managed to escape actually, and this is good because look at that, Detective Jerry and Robin Hood Jerry pushing that final wedge of cheese, but he already knows that and he is on his way to protect. So a dynamite is on the hands of Robin Hood Jerry, so this could be used if ever APZL was able to get one on his hands. So this is interesting. Everything is just panning all through and through for the side of Team Behind.
This is a really good setup coming in which case from the members of Behind here. I mean, just when you think somebody is about to get dispatched, like they just keep on going for the save. And I think this is the beauty of when you're working as a four-man unit. It's a collaborative effort to try to deal with this cat from here on out, and they still manage to stand strong. Four mice still up and kicking, and all they need to do at this point is open up that crack, and they're making such fast progress, Siora. It's going super fast.
Oh no, look at this. Less than of the crack from being fully opened right here. Everything is just going crazy right now. Bruce was able to get Jamie right there with the help of Bruce, but that's not really gonna deter them. King Jerry already escaped from the crack right here. Nid is not gonna stop. We'll be going for the same. Oh, go for a complete survival here. What?
Behind is making a statement.
They are. I mean, me not finishing my statement only proves that they made a statement by completely surviving. All the mice just survived that very, very messy, take coming in from them. And APCL wasn't really able to cope up with the speed that our mice are doing.
Fair enough. And yeah, I mean, that just sends a message to the rest of the teams in the heading into the top four that we have a very strong contender in Behind. They're living up to their ranks and probably one of the most dominating performances that we've seen in this tournament so far. And nonetheless, though, kudos to Mr. Junior. Again, they made it this far into the top 8. They should be very proud of themselves. They did themselves some justice by crawling their way out of the group stage, and hopefully we see better things from them moving forward in future tournaments. But we have the results, as we said, Siora, and it will be Behind that will be one step closer towards potentially becoming our Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase champion.
Indeed.
Super excited in which case.
Yeah, like the intensity of the games that they have shown us today. One of the fastest and one of the most dominating fights that we've seen, because they were the only team that were able to garner a whopping 19 points for all of the matches that they have. So a message indeed, a statement indeed, that they really, really have to do their homework when fighting Team Behind. But like you said, still, kudos to Mr. Junior for also showing us a really great fight right here. A good job to them as well. But yeah, we will be seeing Behind advancing onto the semifinals, and later on in a bit we will be showing you the MVP of our game, which I think it's going to be the cat side. For, of course, Team Behind, we have here DTG with that whopping score of 3,059. Was able to throw hits 3 times, tied the rocket chair 4 times, and dispatched mice perfectly. So with that being said, Articuno, this is just a very dominating cat fight between a Team Behind here.
Good job, in which case, very well deserved here by DTG. And oh man, Siora, that was our third quarterfinals of the day. We already have 3 out of 4 teams determined, and towards the end of this we will find out who our last team will be joining our top 4 for tomorrow's semifinals, leading up to the epic conclusion being the grand finals here at Top Clans 2020.
So yeah, in a bit we will be showing you guys the lucky draw and how you guys are gonna win. Simply, you know what, just guess the team who is going to win for this matches, and of course a lot of prizes in store for you. And yeah, just follow the simple mechanics as well. Later on we will be showing you the the appropriate instructions for you guys to claim those prizes.
Yeah, definitely want to take advantage of that. And, you know, if not the lucky draw, you could always utilize the code by following the instructions that will appear on your screen in a little bit. And it's going to be very exciting, Sayora, for our players of Tom and Jerry Chase. Continue to take advantage of the freebies that we have for you all. I mean, it's not just the players that are going to be winning here, but you guys as well. In fact, you know what? You don't, like, as we said, like, it's not just the lucky draw. If you want some instant prizes, then seize that $2 worth of in-game gift bag that we have for you all.
I mean, time flies so fast, Articuno. Earlier, we're just starting the game, but right now, we are already almost heading into the last match of the day.
Okay, so in which case, we'll conclude from there. This has been the third quarterfinals of the day. We've been casters. I'm Articuno. This is Sayora, and this is Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase. See you guys.
Hello everyone. We've created a TikTok challenge for players to pose like their favorite in-game characters. We wanted to give a platform for fans to show their passion for Top Clans 2020. You can win up to 600 USD in this challenge. That's just enough money to buy that next generation console. All you have to do is remember 3 easy steps. Step 1 is to find a pose from your favorite game. Step 2 is to make that pose in real life.
Pose, Jojo, pose, 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 Jojo, pose, 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 click the kill switch, Jojo, pose.
Finally, step 3 is to add the hashtag TCPose and submit it on TikTok. Remember to follow our official account at Top Clans to see the best entries. One of them might be yours.
And welcome back, guys, to Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase. I am kind of sad, to be honest, doing this last intro because it's the last quarterfinals of the day, and it just means that we're one step closer to that semifinals and the grand finals to determine who will become our champion for this tournament. But before we talk about that a bit more, including our final quarterfinals matchup for the day, we are going to be your casters. I'm Mark Kuno, and joining me is Ziora.
Hello, everybody, and just a quick recap, Articuno, of the teams who were able to secure their spots. It's going to be Team Space for our first match, Team Joyful for our second match, and of course, for our third match, it was Team Behind. So now we are going to see who gets to secure the final spot for our semifinals as we look onto the team overview here. So Vayne Q, again, with the sticking to the meta right here in terms of picks, just hovering up those Devil Jerry and Devil Tuffy all over, and for the side of the cat, just Butch and Lightning to be hovered as well. Meanwhile, for Team Shadow, however, we do see a Butch and a Lightning as well for the cats, and still, sticking to their stones, not really shaking things up with some interesting picks right here, and looking at their ranks pretty above average.
Yeah, and I'm actually wondering, just based off the stats, if this is gonna game that's gonna be a little bit more tighter, I would say, between the two, because this is one of those matchups where I'm honestly not sure who's gonna proceed to get to win and get the last top floor slot that we're looking to fill in for the tournament,
And without dilly-dallies, Articuno, we are already here with the pick and ban phase for our final match, first round, first half, between Team Vayne Q and Team Shadow. And Robin Hood Jerry is not going to be seen, and the map is going to be Classic House, a little bit more compressed, understandable as to why Robin Hood Jerry is banned out. For the side of the Mice, still fundamental, having that Devil Tuffy and Mouseketeer Tuffy in replacement with King Jerry right there. So I think this is siding into a comfortable pick. Meanwhile, for the side of Vayne Q, sticking with the OG Tom, as we've been seeing so very dominantly right now.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, just to dispel my curiosity of how close this match is going to be, first step is really just going to be this first round. Normally I peg first round as the feeling out process, but it is a best of 3, so there's less cushioning, not to mention, to work with as well. But I guess for us as spectators, as the audience, this is a good feeling out process so that we could kind of get a feel of who might come out on the better end of things towards the end of this,
And still, the usual strategy that we always see during the patrolling phase, just our mice going on some patrol, basically to patrol, all the areas of the map right here. And for the side of Vayne Q, just getting all the potions, using all of the items, actually breaking them at some part so that the other mice that won't be able to use it later on if the chase is going to happen. So the timer is ticking, and in a short while we will be starting with the dispatch phase.
Yeah, and okay, with patrolling phase nearing its conclusion, this is going to be it, guys. Start of our final quarterfinals match of the day. It is the first half between our two teams. Now, at the end of the day, only one can proceed as our finalist for the top 4. Who is it going to be? Let's find out, Ziora, as we head on to it. Mice are on the loose.
And looking at the position of our mice right here, all crowded into the living room area, but only to find no Wedge of Cheese in the area, so they have to quickly. Oh, actually, there is one wedge of cheese right there, so they have to quickly work their way through it right now. So Tom here, just be really careful in actually walking. But look at that. That was a lucky hit coming in from Magician Jerry right here. Goes on to the slip into the patio area. Not gonna get deterred for the side of the mice right here. He's not able to spot out any mice at the moment. So the invisibility or the stealthiness for the mice is still in their hands. But speaking of stealthiness, looks like he has some up on his sleeve, really drinking that invisibility potion that he has, and transitions himself to the stairs. He might be able to see Magician Jerry going into the attic this time. Let's see if he is going to spot out Detective Jerry here. Yes, he will.
Yeah, and quite the early spot out, in which case just instantly goes for the swipe, no hesitation whatsoever, and straps him to a rocket. And take note of the great setup. Those are two traps, so that's not going to be the easiest rescue to pull off here. And look at this, just making a nice transition in between just to make sure that he keeps both sides in check. And I think it's going to be a good done deal here, Sior. Like, this cat can take quite the breather. There's just no save in Detective Jerry, and that's the first mouse out so early on, only a minute and roughly 50 seconds into the game.
We've seen the similar strategy right here. Articuno just piping the Tomcat right here, using that pipes just so that the mouse is not going to be able to use it and go for the save. So that is good strategy. But a bit of, coming in from, transitioning yourself from one area to another. But it worked for his favor, and the early dispatch is going to come into play. And this is a good sign, because our mice, unfortunately, hasn't able to push any set of wedges of cheese into the mouse hole.
Oh my gosh, and there you have it. It's tricky, Sior, because 2 minutes 30 seconds into the game, we still don't see a single wedge of cheese pushed in.
Yes.
I would like to say that maybe we're going to see a simultaneous push sometime soon, but I think on the flip side, we can also say that SD needs to kind of pick up the pace a bit. Oh, and we have a bit of a moment there. Okay, all is good. Okay, and as we get back in, we see one cheese already pushed in, so decent progress, so to speak. I mean, we've seen Behind do it, where they lost out on a mouse super duper early on, but they managed to do just fine. So maybe we can see SD pull off the same.
And just looking at this, the chase is going to be on once again. Magician Jerry is going to try and fight himself off. And look at this, the position of our mice. They could make this work, because you did mention that the team behind was able to work it out on a 3v1 setup. But looking at this, looks like Tom was able to take it to the shape of the pipes right there. I think, I'm not sure if it kind of deters his movement speed right here, but okay, going to blow himself into original form. Just patiently waiting for Musketeer Tuffy to break free from the mousetrap. But interesting though, he did not... Oh, actually, never mind. I jinxed it myself, and going to place him to a rock chair right now. So this just adds more insurance for Vane Q right here.
Yeah, and take note, the mice are on quite the far side of the map, so that's going to be a bit of terrain that they're going to have to cover before they can get the save onto Musketeer Tuffy. And nobody's really making any movement yet to go for the save. They're just continuing to push the cheese. I actually wonder if they even plan on going for the rescue, Siora.
I do not think so, since we're only down to 18 seconds on the clock. They are fully committed into this wedge of cheese, but I think this type of strategy is not going to work for them, simply because it is like giving the cat a more breather time here, because look, they're already down to 2 sets of mice, because Kitten was able to dispatch them. So basically this is just a patience game for Kitten at this point, because he has this free space to actually just go for the hunt in one more mouse, which is what he's doing right now. And if he's able to place it on the rocket chair, this is a game for him.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, this is really tricky for Shadow at this point. working with only 2 mice. Not to mention, still quite a bit of a way to go with the cheese as well. Swipe in and okay. Now, big question is whether or not they'll try to just settle with pushing that cheese before going for the rescue or not, because there's still quite a number of seconds ahead. And okay, they did manage to push the cheese. Now they have to go for the rescue. It's a no-brainer.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, if they want to like get more points as much as possible, because yeah, sure, getting these wedges of cheese pushed already gives you a point. But the fact that Kitten has a lot of space again to just focus on one mouse and dispatch one final mouse right here, it's just really gonna go down to the wires. And even though that they did force it into the escape phase, they won't have that time to break it since they lack in numbers. And number 2, again, Kitten just prioritizing one more mouse just makes him go for and actually swag this game up on the side of Vayne Q.
Good job by Shadow in which case. I think at that point they realized that, you know what, it's gonna be tricky to try to attempt to crack the wall. Probably the best that we can do in this moment is at least not even crack the wall, but rather avoid getting the 3 mice dispatch. So the best that they could do is, you know what, let's at least make sure that we push in all 5 wedges of cheese just so that we could end this first half on the what could considerably be the best case scenario within the number of seconds that they had towards those last moments. So I think they made the best call. Like I said, round 1, you have a little bit of room to work with so long as it's not too hefty of a lead that you give to your opponent. So that's totally fine.
Okay, so yeah, they were able to get some points on their own by pushing all of the wedges of cheese, but unfortunately was not able to go for the escape. But I think for the side of Shadow, they need to change their strategy right here, because if they do this again for our next half, for the next half, they will be applying some switcheroos. So let's see if Team Shadow is effective for their cat side. But if they are to proceed with our next round and they do the similar strategy, it's going to be predictable at that point, and this is going to just give Vayne Q a more vague idea on what the strategy is going to be. So they really have to change it up. They really need one for the mice to go ahead and tank it up and go for the saves, because at least it buys some time for them to push at least the wedges of cheese or to transition themselves in an area wherein the cat is far away. So they have to put that into account as well.
Yeah, and I guess we'll see. Like I said, I really like that we have this round 1 this time around, because this second half will kind of dispel my uncertainty with how this round will pan out. Because admittedly, even with that first half through, I'm still undecided or I'm still unsure as to who is going to emerge the better team here. Because, I mean, sure, we can say that, but Shadow wasn't able to get through the crack. They were only able to get those wedges. But I think it just goes to show that they're a team that, based on circumstance, they just play to the best case scenario possible. And you know what? Going into this right now, here we have Shadow and Vayne Q going into pick and ban now.
True. Again, Robin Hood Jerry is going to be banned out. You don't really want to give that mice that coverage to transition from one area to another, and Robin Hood Jerry just gives that. So this time they are gonna still stick to a more fundamental pick. As usual, nothing much to change, nothing much to explain, since this is single elimination. You don't want to dish out any experimental picks, especially if you don't have the assurance that it would work on your team. You don't want to give any, points for your opposing team, so might as well stick to the guns, right? And let's see if Team Shadow's cat will be able to retaliate in collecting a lot of points for their side, because if they did, I'm pretty sure that this is still a very undecisive game, Articuno, for both sides, not really determining who has the upper hand if they do so.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you, Sayora, when it comes to experimental picks. Like, going into playoffs, going into the elimination round particularly, as we would dub it here at Top Clans 2020, like, this is the time where you have to have it all figured out. Like, you don't have any more chances to, frolic a bit like you would in a group stage. I mean, of course, you still want to bring your A game, but in group stage, you just have a little bit more flexibility with what you can try out, especially since Tom and Jerry Chase is such a fresh game, So who knows what could come out of this? But yeah, going into this, you just want to make sure that whatever your best foot forward is, you always just bring it forward. Like there's no testing here this time around. You automatically just go for whichever compositions, go for which strategy will get you the most optimal outcome in each and every single half.
True. And while waiting for our dispatch phase to happen, actually, I agree with you on that. And if you really want an experimental pick to pop off, I think the best way to do this is to basically practice with that certain pick that you would like to dish out. So let's say, example, that there are some practice matches that I'm pretty sure that our teams are participating in. So if you want to use like a different one out of the meta, then you can do so. Only with consistency though, and it's not just a one-time practice. You just have to do it in a very consistent way and consecutively too. Because if you think that this type of pick is gonna work out for you and your team soon enough when you all enter in the tournament scene this time, I think that's another good point in actually keeping your variety of mice or cat picks open in a longer distance or in a more variation.
Yeah, and so far, in which case, it's another scenario where we have a pretty good startup here for the cat once again. So Fett definitely in a position where he wants to make up for a little bit of lost ground here. But on the flip side, though, the mice are able to respond to it very nicely. They do manage to salvage the save for now. Now, what Vane Q just needs to do is make sure that they keep up the consistency in objectives and hopefully not lose out on mice too early on. But then again, we have this swipe here from Fett, so not really sure how that's gonna pan out just yet.
We're starting to see the one that you mentioned earlier, that we can't really determine who has the upper hand at this point, because look at the cat side of Team Shadows, really utilizing this well with the early stages of the game, getting that Musketeer Tuffy. But you know what, even though he was stunned by a short duration, still onto the chase with Musketeer Tuffy, because this is like your insurance or your insurance dispatch here at this point. If you are able to lock down Musketeer Tuffy, that's one dispatch for you, and you just have to transition yourself in another target, which is what Fett is doing right now. So he was not able to see Detective Jerry there, but he was able to see the Wedge of Cheese. So he's just getting some HP through and through, right, just to boost him up in the process. Now, he will be transitioning, however, placing a mousetrap here on the door. Understandable, since, like mentioned, there is a Wedge of Cheese there. So at least he'd get notified if ever there is someone who's gonna try to attempt that push.
Yeah, so far though, from what we're seeing here, it looks like it's going to be a battle of the cats, because Fett is making some pretty darn good progress in this game as well, in comparison to his cat counterpart on the side of Vane Q. So far so good. I mean, there's only 2 wedges of cheese pushed in and 3 mice remaining. I'd say it's a fair progress that our cat is making. Now, big question is, where is everyone else? What page is VQ right now when it comes to objectives? Because they are trying to get these push-ins in the midst of Fett's absence thus far. And looks like they do get another push-in, so still working Ike, so long as, well, I was about to say so long as nobody gets caught out. But here we have Detective Jerry getting swiped up by our cat here and sent all the way far up. So that's going to be a long way to go for a rescue, Sarah.
All right, so alarm's ticking, and you know what? That means that you did jinx it on your mind. He was able to capture one mouse there into the attic area, one of the secluded places here into our map. So looking at this right now, seeing how the placement. Like, yeah, I agree with you. Let's see what kind of page is Vainq doing at this in terms of objectives. Not so much fast, that's for sure. Because in the long run, the Pet was able to dispatch. But look at this kiting. Really transitioning alternatively onto the terrains right here. But they were able to get the save in the progress. But a trade is going to happen with 9 seconds on the clock. Make it 7. Let's see. They are not gonna go for the chase anymore at this point. Even though the timer was added by 10 seconds to boot, they don't have that luxury anymore to go for the save. So they have to force this one remaining wedge of cheese right here if they want to force it out in the escape phase, similar to what Team Shadow did during their mouse phase.
Yeah, best case scenario, I think, is they would want to try to draw this out. They were able to push that last wedge of tease, but it's still a different story right now as far as whether or not they'll get this crack open. Again, we've seen a lot of teams struggle when they've reached the 2 mice left on their roster and when they try to push for that crack opening. So it's going to be tricky, CR, not going to lie. It's still very tricky for VQ. If anything, it's still very likely that we're going to be seeing a tie towards the end. But I don't want to discount them just yet. Let's see how it rolls out here. Because from what we're seeing here, Fet is playing some strong defense. But bubble pop there, though.
Legitimately a bubble pop right there, just denying that shield coming in. But there is no follow-up damage. I can really safely say follow-up damage since they didn't create any damages to the crack. And considering their positions kind of far off, and just look at this. To me, the pacing is quite slow, but look at this, really making up for that slow progress earlier and just decreasing that the crack in the half health. But you know what? Repairs are going to be done here for the side of Pet. But again, buff Jerry and an invisible one. So this is pretty interesting how things would pan out. Bubble shield is going to be hovered here. Invisibility is gone, but I think this bubble shield is just gonna delay him for like 1 or 2 or 3 whacks and just, again, exposing the crack all the more. So buff Jerry will out. No, actually, I think he's just gonna go get some items out to transfer to completely destroy the crack.
Yeah, looks like they want to go for more definitive tools to open up that crack here. They don't want to leave it to chance right now. And there you go, a little bit of smoke to cover things up. And they are, look at the progress on that crack though, Ciora. Unfortunately, one of their numbers do get swiped, but that should leave an opportunity to just continue to work on it. There is a lot of a lot to go, so long as he doesn't get swiped. He has to be careful though.
Okay, the save is gonna happen, but the trade is gonna happen as well. But the fruits were not able to break the crack open, and this leaves into a very clean dispatch once again from a team Shadow.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, cat fight indeed.
You know, at the end of the day, like I said, Ciora, we are like one would help me out figure how this matchup is gonna go, and it didn't. It really didn't. We're pretty much have things that are tied up here, so there's really not much to say, Ciora. It's still up in the air.
Sure.
Who series this is gonna be? It's super duper close.
I'm rendered speechless right now. I don't think much to say because it's an even ground, both of these teams. But you know what? Let's see how the score is gonna pan out later on to see who got at least the upper hand, because it's going to be Shadow for that. Or I don't know. Actually, both of the teams were able to force the escape phase, and it's legit a cat fight, and it just like that. It's still up in the air. Both of the teams having a draw, so basically it's a reset.
Yeah, you know what that means, Ciora? We're getting the full 3 rounds out of this one.
Yes.
It's 100% sure. But like we said, I think at the end of the day, it just really comes down to just so that we have a difference moving forward, the mice need to step up. That's just the scenario. We have 2 very competitive cats for both sides here, so
yeah,
has to be on the mouse. Has to be on the mouse. The fact that it ended the same way, where all 5 wedges of cheese were pushed in, didn't quite transition towards crack escape, so lots of uncertainty right now.
True. And for me, I think for the side of Vayne Q, I mean, they were the ones who weren't able to go for that full save in comparison with Team Shadow right now. So I think they have to change their strategies. Because in draft-wise, it's pretty okay, pretty fundamental, and that's the current or the usual mice that you use. But in terms of the strategy here, if they really want to secure wedges of cheese with numbers, it adding up into their favor, they have to change it really. So best scenario is just, to keep the cat away from the mice who are pushing the wedges of cheese, basically. But for the side of the... Because nothing much to say in the cat side, since both of them are very competitive at this point. Since technically they were the ones who were able to gather up points for both sides of the team. So it really has to depend on the vice side for both sides of the team if they want to, create a gap in terms of points.
Right. And oh my gosh. It's gonna be a bumpy road ahead for us, Siora. That's for sure. Even more so for the teams with how uncertain things are. It's gonna be a fight for the finish between both Vayne Q and Shadow for this series. So excited. Like I said, Siora, I was hoping for these full best of threes, and I'm glad that at least for this last one, it's very close, very close.
But what better way to end the quarterfinals, right? With the full best of threes, because with the matches that we had, that was just swap and dominating 2-0s all over the board. So yeah, at least for this last match, we will be ending it up with full 3 rounds. Because you did mention both of the teams neck and neck. It just goes to show that both teams are also determined to secure their spot into our semifinals. But with that being said, Vayne Q is going to be onto the cat side first, and still sticking into that Tom pick right here for the side of Team Shadow. They will be sticking again to the similar compositions for the side of the mice.
Yeah, and it's gonna be exciting to see how this will roll out, Siora. So that said, to all of you that are in chat, by the way, continue to tune in. Since this is going to be going into a full best of 3, we will get the opportunity to continue to join in on our giveaways as well, which is all for you. Either join the lucky draw, or you just simply input the code that we have for today, which regularly appears on your screen when we're in game, and claim that $2 worth of in-game gift bag.
Indeed. So later on, we will be showing you how the instructions are gonna be in play. But for now, let's head on to the patrolling phase once again, Articuno. And this time, I think for the side of the mice, they really have to step up their game right here. So the area is going to be scouted by both of our teams, and I like it how Kitten is placing these mouse traps in a very area wherein he thinks that the mice are gonna pass by. So just rattling all of the items right here for the side of the mice, just using those robots to scout bedroom, dining room, and the patio area.
Right. And it's like, with that said, Siora, we are nearing the end of the patrolling phase and into the first half of round 2 we go. Like we said, things are still up in the air. Lots of uncertainty with the only matchup that we have today that actually went half seeds for the first round. So let's go ahead and see if our mice for both ends can step it out, because that's where they really need to bring it full throttle as we head on into the game.
So dispatch phase is on their way. 2 wedges of cheese are already spotted out by our mice, really grouped up together here in this certain area. This is if I'm not mistaken, the living room, or it's actually the bedroom. But you know what? He transitions himself really quickly up here into the corridor area. He sees a wedge of cheese, so he has an idea now that, okay, maybe a mice is gonna go there later on. But fast-paced transition to the patio area, and already swats down Devil Tuffy in the very first seconds of the game.
Yeah, and again, just very reminiscent of the earlier games where we've had where, well, not really games, but just the earlier round where it's very clear that these cats are quite on point with trying to find their prey towards the earlier start, and that really gets them going. But as you can see, just a very quick rescue, in which case will happen, and cat will be back on the prowl for a target here. Both sides definitely don't want to slow down the pace here. I mean, it was a very safe start for both, so both teams are definitely going to want to propel themselves with better footing moving forward in this series, Ciora.
So again, speaking of footing here, the patience for the side of Team VainQ is they can be very patient at this, because looking at the positions of our mice, very grouped together. So a bit of a knockdown right there would make it a double, really catching those traps right here into the corridor area. But not really gonna get deterred, as he is notified that there are mice in the patio area. So pipe's gonna be used. Let's see if he is going to pipe way as well, and he is, but spotting out Detective Jerry, but did not go for the chase, but instead goes into the corridor area to actually go and ring the bell, and he lost his target once again.
Yeah, huh. I mean, good rotations coming in from Shadow, in which case making sure that they not have a repeat of earlier. They're really consistent and wanting to make sure that they maintain healthy numbers in this race for objectives, and it's been working out quite well. Though this time around, get wind of quite a lot of mice in the same area, but they are making some decent progress, so to speak, on these objectives. But looks like our cat here gonna secure Devil towards a higher point on the map, just so that it doesn't make for an easy rescue in this game so far. And it's not making it easy for the rescue to come in, but on the flip side, objectives are working out pretty well, Ciora.
Yeah, for the side of Shadow, but in the process, okay, Magician Jerry was not able to save. Okay, the save already connects right now. So again, a lot of space once more for the side of Weiss to work with, and this forces Kitten out to speed up the pace that initially he was just taking his time. So again, 4 wedges of cheese were already pushed in. So this is looking good. And in terms of pace or momentum, the mice have the upper hand. They just need 1 more wedge of cheese to push. And they have a lot of options, because if they want to choose the secluded area, they go to the bell tower. But you know what? They're just going to go for the nearest one, which is located in the dining room.
Yeah, and this is just massively different from the game that we had earlier, Ciora, where we might actually see 4 mice get out of here. Maybe. I don't want to jinx it just yet, but I mean, it's just a huge step up in comparison to earlier, where the mice would subtly dwindle on numbers. But the fact that you have all 4 standing strong, I think, is really good for our mice, and they're really working towards that last objective elsewhere on the map. And I think what our cat is doing at this point is just making sure to get his bearings first before trying to sniff out the mice here, and they're going for it.
Yeah, but really wondering what the pace of VainQ is at this point, because basically he's not making much of progress in terms of chasing the mice at this point. So, okay, he already has the idea that the magical bunny is going to get that wedge of cheese into the dining room. Just makes me wonder why he kept going back into the patio area. So right now he is going to swat down Fade, but not gonna deter, but instead his HP is low. So if ever he's been hit once or twice, he's going to be stunned. But you know what? In the process, he is able to get Devil Tuffy. But man, was able to get 28 seconds on the clock, a lot of time to work with. They were able to go and get the save. A lot of commitments, actually. All of the mice are in the vicinity, so they were able to get King Jerry, and that is one dispatch for sure for Kitten. But in the process, they were forcing the escape phase right now. It meant that the wedges of cheese were successfully pushed. Bubble Sheet's gonna be popped there to delay any progress in destroying the crack.
Yeah, and I mean, still a bit of a way to go here for our mice. I mean, that's a heavily fortified crack, and it's unfortunate that they lost out on an initial member because this just means that we're not gonna have the best points. But I mean, at this point in time, like, if I'm gonna look more optimistically, if it's a step up than their performance in round one, then that's a fairly good step up in terms of trajectory for the series.
True. And look at this. They are making some hefty progress in destroying the crack right here, just confusing Kitten all through and through. And Kitten has to watch his health because anymore, he would get stunned. This is not gonna be good in terms of, preventing the crack from being destroyed. Because look at this. Detective Jerry being invisible kind of confuses Kitten to where their locations are. The crack is open right here, so and they are able to go to the escape. And with that being said, this is a nice win.
Yeah, that were really speedy towards getting that crack open towards those last moments. So, like I said, Seora, it's great in which case earlier not a single mouse made it out alive, but now they were able to get 3 out of the crack. So good job by Shadow, realizing that, you know what, really need to do a bit better going into this one, and they did so. Now it's all a matter of whether VaneQ can pull off the same feature as Shadow on the mice side, or maybe even better. Maybe they can get all 4 mice out of there as a better step up than what our friends from Shadow was able to establish.
Which is what their objectives is supposed to be coming in from the second half, because yeah, we did see that there is a change in strategy for the side of the mice in Team Shadow, so they have to even it out, if not even out, be ahead of that strategy. And I think for the side of VaneQ, but you don't really want to place yourself in another reset, right? So I think aiming for a more stable strategy is a way to go at this point. So this time they will be having switcheroos. And for the side of Team Shadow, the cat basically has to dispatch. Let's all go for a goal. Dispatch all of the mice right here to just really secure your gap that, Team Shadow from the mice side was able to create, at least for the side of their mouse earlier.
Actually, and it's gonna be interesting moving forward, because I feel like we now have a chance to finally get this match to a point where it becomes off kilter. Like, honestly though, then again, if they tie again, Seora, if they will happen to tie again, holy cow, that would be like, okay, both of us are going on this upward trajectory. At least for the my side, where we just do a bit better than we did during the first round. But hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully we have a little bit more imbalance in the points towards the end of the second round.
True. And of course, as mentioned, we're not going to see any pocket picks for this specific round. Basically, both sides of the teams really want to secure their gaps through and through. So basically, Fett has to do go for gold, dispatch all of the mice for the side of the mice, force it into the escape phase, and at least dispatch 3 if you want another reset, or 4 if you want at least point gaps into this round number 2.
Right. And we'll find out in a bit here. We already have our picks laid out for us heading into the second half. Now it's ultimately up to VaneQ to try to, well, I don't think they want to aim to tie it up again. They want to aim for a better footing in this as we head into it straight away. So our patrolling is on, and of course, Tom just getting the standard setup here at key points on the map so that he can try to keep things under control here. I mean, it is a smaller map that he's working with, so things are just fine. Meanwhile, mice are trying to get their scout on. I mean, it's not as hard to scout this particular map since you could get a good scan out, and as you can see, they're quite widely spread, so all is well, in which case, Seora.
And this just goes to show, guys, that this game is a lot more complicated than you think it is. I mean, at first glance, it's a cartoon, but if you guys see how our players are playing, it's you will be seeing how the winning conditions are going to be met right here, and you do not want to fall behind at this point. And specifically for our teams, this is going to be the dispatch phase right now. Fett is just on his final touches in drinking all of his concoctions and placing those traps, because I think he already has an idea to where the cheese are at, since he was able to pass by all three of the cheese.
Right, and okay. Just looking at things here, mice are off to a fair start. Looks like Fett will manage to find targets, though. Whether or not he can get an early swipe, that's another question. He's trying to make his way up there, trying to sniff out the terrain, what the transitions will be for these mice, taking his time.
And just looking here, it's also nice that he is invisible for the early seconds of the game, simply because he has the element of surprise. And speaking of surprise, going into the pipe area, narrowing the distance from the detective jury and the Mouseketeer Tuffy, but I think he is going to transition himself into the dining room instead, since I think he has a feeling that they are in the vicinity. So that is what he is going to do right now. Spots out the mouse, the magic bunny, and swats it off to prevent further pushes.
Right, and taking a bit of a while here for Fett, in which case to build up. Although what I will say though is he's pressuring the right points, since there are at least 2 bits of cheese which are on the ground floor of both patio as well as the dining area. So at least he doesn't have to like make his way towards the upper floors. But it's taken a while, that's for sure. But you know what? I might end up jinxing it again, as the chase is on Seora.
And
yeah,
he will. Yeah, you did. I mean, if you are going to keep doing that all throughout the duration of the game, you can be one of the best, fortune tellers that we have. But right now, there is going to be one seated onto the rocket chair, but in the process, they were able to push one wedge of cheese. So, in terms of position, Devil Jerry may be the one who is going to force this save, which is a vital thing to do if you want to keep your numbers high for the side of the mice.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, a little bit of a strap on there for VQ. Like we said, VQ is the one that needs to step up their game here, and they can't afford to lose out on anyone early. Like, they want to keep those numbers bolstered, and Fett not gonna get the okay. That was some pretty good hold coming in on the cat here, so able to allow their teammate to establish a little bit of distance here, but Fett not gonna get the turn, instantly gets the reswipe in, so good job, in which case definitely does not want to give any opportunity for VQ to have a bit of breathing room to work on objectives. And just like that's your first dispatch of the game, this is a great start here for Shadow.
Indeed, and in the process, they were able to push one wedge of cheese, so they just need 2 more. But at this point, as you mentioned, there is one dispatch for the side of Fett, so he is in a breathing ground wherein he just have to prioritize his target correctly and go for another cheese in terms of getting those mice, because they basically they have the shallow distance in terms of the points because of what Team Shadowed has gathered during their mice phase. But right now, let's see if Fett is going to add that up, since he is in a very good progress right now in terms of the chase, in terms of finding the respective locations of the mice. Oh, look at that. They were able to bump into each other just right now. Throws the fork, places the mouse trap there, which is viable since most of the mouse will be going into that area sooner. But right now he is aware that the magical bunny was able to push at least that wedge of cheese into the quarter area, and this kind of forces Magician Jerry to change locations.
Yeah, and so interesting build up here for VQ, in which case, I mean, they've got a lot of the objectives down. Now, we see a mousetrap triggered, in which case, so Fett just establishing a strong defense, in which case, but with 3 mice, I mean, it's still very much workable here. What all Fett needs to do is to at least get 1 more mouse dispatched, and that would easily put Shadow ahead in the game and ultimately grant them the round win. But as we can see, the mice are trying to put up as much of a scuffle as possible, and this is going to be hard for Fett, in which case he's really hell-bent on getting one of these mice, and there you go, the swipe actually comes in, so this is really good for him. But take note, this is just one of the things he has to deal with. Another of which is he needs to keep up the defense towards that crack Seor.
Yes, and defense also into that save, but you know what? It's going to connect right here. So again, another whack for the Magician Jerry. And let's see if he is going to pop up. No, unfortunately, Magician Jerry was able to go for the escape. So this forces Fett now to protect the crack instead. But you know what? I think he is on his tails right now at this point. So was able to spot out Musketeer Tuffy here trying to destroy the crack. So let's see how this pans out for Shadow.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, Tom really looking for that swipe here. Can he get it though? Taking a bit of a while, and there you have it. Snatches that mouse onto a rocket. Now, there's still a lot of time to work with those, Seor, so it should be fine. And the rescue actually comes in with that crack already more than halfway of health through before it is open. Fett is running out of time. Like I said, the ideal scenario here for Shadow, if they want to get the round win, is they need 1 more dispatched mouse, but it's looking very good for our mice, in which case there comes a bubble though. But the hole has already appeared, unfortunately, and that's a major scuffle that is happening for our mice here. Luckily, the bubble will grant a little bit of time for Fett, but it's going to be hard. It's going to be very, very hard with the dispatch timer still hefty. Should he still be able to seize a mouse?
Okay, he, like you mentioned, he is in need to actually get at least 1 more mouse to dispatch, and pretty interesting how our mice are rotating right here, just so they can get that sneaky escape. But you did mention that the bubble shield is going to delay them an ample amount of time before the escape is going to happen. So Musketeer Tuffy is going to fall off. Let's see how they are going to destroy the bubble shield right here. So this is going to give Fett at least an amount of time to capture at least 1 from the can. So, okay, this is an opportunity right now as Magician Jerry is going to be trapped into the mouse trap indicated here into the rocket chair. So, still, with this performance, however, the mice is going to get that game.
Yeah, and it's super duper unfortunate in which case for Shadow, because they were really hoping to get 1 more. But at the end of the day, Seor, if my math is correct, we're still in a game where uncertain. Just TLDR, uncertainty is still what remains for. Because if I'm correct, it's still gonna be a draw. You can see. So Shadow and Vane Q just really keeping each other at bay, I gotta say.
Doesn't want to have any gaps for both sides of the team. This is pretty interesting. I mean, for the first 3 matches, we have all 2 zeros panned out, but they are just forcing nature's work right here, as you know. Both of them really determined for their spot. It's already evident at this point. I mean, this is a rare occasion where you see 2 multiple draws in 2 rounds consecutively, right? So,
yep.
the uncertainty of whoever team is going to win is, you know, piquing the interest of not just you and I, but our viewers as well, because this also affects their lucky draw, you know? I mean, yeah, this level of uncertainty is gonna make you thinking, who is really gonna win? Because both of our teams are really on par for both cat and mouse, but both teams, however, needs to work on specifically with their mice.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out in a while. in which case you're with how this will be going down. Yeah, on still uncertain. I really don't know what to say, Sior, to be honest, because like the win condition that we set is that the mice need to step up. They did step up. Still ended up in a tie because they stepped up in the exact same way almost, where only one mouse was dispatched whilst everyone else was able to get through the crack. So I really don't know anymore. I guess we're just gonna have to let the players speak for themselves and let this round 3 maybe be the more definitive round that we're looking for, so that we can finally figure out which team will be the last team to make it into our top 4 for tomorrow's semifinals into the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, me sneezing right here all the more means that my nose is also, you know, in an intense feeling with the games that we have right now. And yeah, like you mentioned, there's nothing much more to say because in terms of skill, both of our teams are on par. It's pretty evident at this point. So a change of execution is going to be the deciding factor, to say the least, for our round number 3, because basically that's the major change that is needed for both sides for them to actually, you know, create a gap with their opposing team. But the gap is yet made for the past 2 rounds that we have witnessed. So I am I mean, if this is a good time to dish out a Sherry pick for the mice or a Toodles pick for the cat, I mean, why not?
We'll see. I mean, like we've been saying, though, at the end of the day, these teams are going to want to opt for picks that would give them the higher chance of winning this series. And when it's this close, you know, it's hard. It really is. With more bans now coming into play for this round 3 and it being so close, like it's gonna come down to the micro details at this point for both teams, and we'll just have to see how they'll respond going into this 3rd round. It really is only a matter of time, CR, before we wrap up for the day and figure out who our top 4 is. It's taken a while, but we'll get there. Well,
you know, this is one good way to actually end the quarterfinals with a very intense final match between Vayne Q and Shadow. So with the time that we are actually taking right now, I think both of our teams are really discussing this hard, you know, to really ace up their game, because again, we did mention this is single eliminations, no more room for cushions, and this is the round that can be the deciding factor for both of our teams. So they really have to use this as much as possible for them if they want their spot into the semifinals. So yeah, skill-wise, both of them pretty good, pretty proficient in what they do. But this time, again, you did mention with a lot of bans up in store, and this is going to determine the number of mice that they and cats they can use. So for this specific round, Lightning is going to be in play at the Summer Cruise 3 map. For the side of Vayne Q, Devil Tuffy, Musketeer Tuffy, Detective Jerry, and Magician Jerry is going to be in play. No Robin Hood and no Pirate Jerry is going to be used for this match.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really tricky in which case how this, you know, what the direction is going to be. But maybe with this switch up in Cat could be the determining factor. Maybe we'll finally be seeing a difference with how the scoring will pan out, not just in terms of Cat picks, but maybe with the more bans that we have, we'd also see a difference in composition for the mice as well. But you know what, Seora, let's just head straight into it. Like we said, it's up to the players to just set their course for Destiny, to do its work, and let's just straight into it. Patrolling phase will start now.
Yes, sirree. And yep, the usual strategies we see for both sides of the teams. Lightning here just using all of the trains into the deck area, transitioning himself into the stairs, and predictive mouse traps to and fro. So the others, however, utilizing these robot mice just to get a glimpse of the map. And yeah, I mean, we're just basically waiting for how the execution of both of our teams are going to come out to play. But yeah, you did mention that with this stir up of with the change of compositions, let's see if there is also a change in strategy with both of our cats and mouse right here.
Yeah, and let's head into it, Sierra, with the mouse set loose on the cruise. It's gonna be up to both teams to finally find the score to come off kilter as we head into the first half of round 3. Still up in the air to our audience. Lots of uncertainty as to who will clinch that final slot. Will it be VainQ or will it be Shadow? We'll find out as the chase is already on.
I like how high pitched your tone was at there. And speaking of chase, looks like Fett was already captured one mouse right here, and it's the magician one. You know, you don't really want to get caught in the early phases of our game as early as now, since the magician has the bunny that can help aid in pushing the wedges of cheese. But you know what? The Mouseketeer Tuffy is gonna deny that and will be going for the save, leaving the magician Jerry in a safe haven for now. But look at this, with all of the mice being huddled up together, Fett is just gonna utilize that and just change his target basically. So right now a lot of crowd control is going to be used against Fett, with him blocking blocks of visions and with the ice cube to freeze him momentarily, but not gonna get deterred at any point. But look at this, the cards are gonna be on the table as Fett is going to be stunned by a duration, saving Devil Tuffy to Slytherin. But again, look at the priority of Fett right here. Even though that he is being stunned all through, the fact that he is, not swayed at all and just, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna change my target and focus on Magician Jerry, since he's the one who's being a hindrance to me and in getting Devil Tuffy earlier.
Yeah, interesting pace that we're seeing here. In which case, I mean, it's very apt that we're seeing lightning, just so that the cat can traverse as much terrain as he can. But ooh, that's unfortunate. Getting deterred right there from securing his target onto the rocket. That has definitely got to be frustrating for Fett. But you know what? Fett is back on the chase. All is well. We'll just try to continue to seek out whoever he can amongst the mice here. And actually spots one out.
So again, Mouseketeer Tuffy is going to be injured here. So Fett has this allowance to completely go for the SWAT, and there you have it. And off to the rocket chair this little mouse goes, one of the secluded areas of the map. But take note that Devil Tuffy and Detective Jerry is in the vicinity. But look at that, he dashes himself quickly into Detective Jerry. Will be going for the save. Wasn't able to be trapped into the mousetrap that is placed right there. But again, priority is real right here as Fett will be cornering out the Mouseketeer Tuffy. Was stunned, however, by Mouseketeer Tuffy here. But again, the change in targets here is just real. For oh, look at this one. Was frozen by, actually accidentally, I guess, to be frozen out by his fellow teammate back there. But seeing how everything is just so chaotic at this point, with all of those repositioning and all of those changing of targets, Fett is, I guess, in a hefty position right now, because he keeps, catching all of those things that would eventually stun him.
Oh man, this is gotta be frustrating here for Fett. Every now and then he does manage to secure swipe on a mouse, but after which is deterred by crowd control that just comes straight at him all of a sudden. So not really helping his cause, and it's definitely allowing these mice to play towards the long run of making sure that they ever so stably push for these objectives. So the best that Fett is doing at this point is to at least try to deter the push on these remaining cheeses. Just 2 more to go, in which case doing what he can.
Right. was able to get Detective Jerry down finally in a rocket chair, and had a fish to stay there to notify if there are any mice in the area. But speaking, Detective Jerry was on his way to save the mouse on his way, and the trade is going to be fast right here as Mouseketeer Tuffy was captured. Not really getting the turd, but is gonna take a bit of help against Magician Jerry. Let's see. Invisible was able to connect that save. Again, this is going to be another round 2 for this messy, commitment coming in from both sides of the teams.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really interesting in which case, because it's such a struggle here for Fett right now. But on the flip side, it's also taken a slower pace here for them. I'm sure they have the fuller 4 numbers to work with, but it hasn't been the same progress that we've been seeing from earlier from these mice. It's definitely a little bit more stable. And look at the crowd control just coming onto Fett. That has got to be frustrating for this cat.
But I like it that he is still focusing on what he needs to do, basically just dispatch many mice as he can at this point. But the timing of all of those items to be thrown at him is just really real for our mice right here. So 3 wedges of cheese are on their way, not making any progress on the 4th one. And this kind of gives Fett at least an amount of time, to go for more chase.
Yeah, and it's stale pace here. I mean, I would like to say that on one point, sure, VaneQ is taking their time, but they also need to account for the fact that time is ticking. We only have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in the game. Sure, that's still quite a bit of time to work with, but they don't want to rest on their laurels too much. They might have been able to maintain 4 numbers in this game, but it might actually dwindle down to 3 as we might lose out on our Magician. Luckily, a bit more seconds was bought out and really good timing from Mouseketeer Tuffy as well, as he was able to go for the save just as soon as Fett left the vicinity.
Indeed, but you know what? Again, with one more chase of a mice, I think that is a sure dispatch for the side of Fett. So I think he needs to really put in a big amount of effort in, at least securing a dispatch first before leaving the area. At least it's gonna give him a slight breather into really dispatching all of these mice. But look at this, Detective Jerry just being in a steady position here, not being detected with the help of the invisibility potion, but going here, Fett just securing this final wedge of cheese, which is a nice call, and just rotating into the other parts of the map to see if there are any mice in the vicinity. So going back again into that location, it that's already 3 fishes into that wedge of cheese.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, this is time that is ticking. But good job by VaneQ using the smoke to get that last push in. So that resets the timer, which will be geared towards the crack this time. Now, Fett needs to play hard defense. Those are still 4 mice. And you know the discussion that we've been having, Sierra. When you have 4 mice that are working hard towards that crack, it is a matchup that is just going to be very, very hard for the cat to deal with from here on out.
And look at this, he is being stunned all through in the process. And that dynamite just opened up the crack in a very speedy manner. And this time, we are sure, Articuno, that VaneQ will be taking a complete escape.
Yeah, and okay, now we have how do I put it? Now we know what VaneQ needs to, or rather what Shadow needs to fight for. What Shadow needs to do going into the second half is they need to pull off perfect or nothing.
Yes.
It's like perfect or nothing will force it into another tie for round 3. So losing out on at least 1 mouse is gonna be, or sorry, not 1 mouse, but yeah, Wait, I'm sorry, my math is just not adding up here right now. No, rather the cat securing at least one mouse is GG, well played already. That's the only win condition that the cat needs to do heading into the second half. And we finally have our winner. And in all fairness, they were able to pull that off during the first round. So let's see if it holds true this time. For the mouse side, keeping their numbers up is the only option that they have for a win condition. The moment that they lose out on one, GG. So whenever somebody gets strapped to a rocket, they have to respond to it. There's no question there.
Yeah, and we did see that VaneQ finally created the deciding factor for them this time around, and it just goes to show that Lightning wasn't as effective as it were during Team Shadow with the Tom Cat. So they have to also place a consideration with this, because the game changer for the early half was the dynamite. So you also have to take into account the items that are going to be placed if ever the escape phase is going to be forced here. But like you mentioned, all they need to do is to just secure one dispatch. And I think that is what basically the cat side of Team VaneQ is going to do at this point. I mean, if you noticed earlier, during Team Shadow with placing the mice in a rocket tray, he was going all out. He was going into the place where in the final wedge of cheese was placed in. So that kind of gave space for the other mice to go for the save. This time around, the main security for VQ to win this is to secure one mouse.
Yes, and we'll find out how that'll go down. It's coming down to the wire, guys. This could potentially be the last half of the match, and Shadow just really in an interesting position right now with how they've managed to transcend their round 3 performance here. Again, the upward trajectory continues. Question is whether or not opposition can do the exact same. We'll just have to find out in a bit once we hit that game. But first things first, we have to check out how pick and ban is going to be rolling out for these teams as well.
Indeed, and I think they will be sticking to the meta picks right here. No more time for any experiments at this point. And with 2 mice going to be banned out, no Robin Hood Jerry, no Musketeer Tuffy on the board, and no OG Tom. So again, it's going to be VQ Kyle with the Lightning Cat, and followed by the respective pickings for Team Shadow, which is the essential ones plus Devil Tuffy. So same cruise ship on Summer Cruise 3. So Lightning here can have a lot of coverage in terms of the vicinity. The only question is who is going to be the better Lightning at this point. So again, winning condition for VQ, just secure one more mouse. And then that's it.
Secure one more mouse if it is gonna be a possibility, in which case, I mean, that's a very well, on paper it should be an easy win condition to live up to, but then again, like when these mice start to get collaborative, it becomes all the more harder when you're the cat. So now that we have pick and ban settled, guys, this is gonna be it. Be sure to keep your eyes peeled for what could be the final half of the day. Can VaneQ pull it all the way, or will Shadow prove that they as well can execute and bring 4 mice out of that, well, rather not out, but into the crack?
And look at this, Cal was able to dispatch 1 robot mouse right here. So this is going to look good for him, and I like it how he is just placing those mouse traps in a way wherein he has that intuition that they will be passing by at any rate right here. So for the side of the mice, just utilizing this to scout all of the areas of the map. Again, this is one of the biggest maps that we have. So it's just essential for them to use these robot mice before the dispatch time starts.
Right, and man. So just looking at things here. So now with the mouse up, let's go ahead and see how VQ is gonna roll with this. So far, with what we're looking at is Kel making the right move towards the map. I mean, there are two mice that were initially in the vicinity and lots of dynamite in which case, so this could get very interesting. Actually, making some significant progress right here. Just needs to look for that swipe, but we'll go straight through the pipe, just waiting for the mouse to go through himself so that he can follow up. And will he get it though? Is
He
easily in
is.
the and there you have.
He is going to get double toffee, and all he has to do is secure this mouse. And like what you said, the response is gonna happen. Save is going to connect, but look at this. Targeting once more Devil Toffee, but looks like he is going to change target here as he is going to have the spot. Let's see if this is King Jerry right now, so he's gonna make his way up to the stairs. Let's see. Dashes his way through the cats, will be inflicting some damage to Detective Jerry, and let's see if the SWAT is going to happen. Yes, indeed, and off to the rocket chair this detective goes.
Yeah, and I love how Kael is just he knows that he needs to just continue this pace, try to constantly keep a mouse on a rocket, and that's already a huge step towards getting these win conditions, because the more you constantly have a mouse on a rocket, the more likely that those seconds are going to dwindle and that you'll be able to get someone out of there.
So again, another mouse is into his hands. I like it how the commitment from both Devil Tuffy and King Jerry is on the loose. But with all of this commitments that are happening, it's going to slow down the pushing of the wedges of cheese. But again, they were able to save Detective Jerry. But he is on his tails. Throwing that dynamite was going to get, again, Detective Jerry down to 1. And then that is...
Oh my gosh. Now, even if we already have the win condition for Vayne Q, there's still a bit of a way to go. They still need to play this out, and let's see how it'll pan out. Gets another catch and gonna gladly him into a rocket.
All right. So again, he is
Oh
not
my gosh.
stopping. However, even though that he has the winning condition, he's still going for the chase, not really hesitating, and taking all of these mice on the go. So dashes himself into Magician Jerry. King Jerry will be going for the save. No, actually, it's Magician Jerry who's going to go for the save. Let's see if he's going to swat down Devil Tuffy. Floats his way inside the cabin. Will be rolling his way out to the boilers. Let's see if he is going to take one dynamite to actually throw. Ooh, but he is not going to be able to throw that dynamite out. So right now, Kael is doing a pretty good job in, chasing Devil Tuffy right here. I mean, I like it how he's not placing himself in a complacent position, wherein even though he has that winning condition, he's still treating his opposing team seriously and, still going for the chase.
Yeah, and interesting. In which case, these mice are, of course, gonna continue to try to play this out. Kael just taking his time to sniff out where these mice are. Ooh. No. The pipe was in use there. That was a good read, and instantly goes straight on the tail of his target. Question is, can he get the swipe, though? Is already one step closer to that.
Okay, low break of health for Magician Jerry here with a bit of shield to delay him from being fully captured. But you know what? Kel here just waited for that time to be on cooldown and just makes his way into the rocket chair here onto the top side. The save is going to connect, but not gonna get deterred anytime soon. I think he's gonna prioritize. King Jerry here will be dashing his way into the top side. Let's see, a little bit of alternating grounds right here. So right now he is able to get that capture once more. So he knows that Magician Jerry is in the area, so might as well place it in a rocket chair because he can still go for the trade. So 27 seconds onto the clock right here. And he basically is just securing this other dispatch. Meanwhile, Devil Tuffy is gonna go for the save. He will be stunning down Lightning here, successfully saving King Jerry off the boot. That is a long time. But again, dashes his way into the top side of the map, trying to go for the chase here for King Jerry. They are going to have a distance on their own, still onto the chase. Okay, King Jerry has a wedge of cheese on his a right here, so I think this is a change target for Lightning at this point.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Significant progress that is being made on the cheese, in which case, at this point, Kyle is just trying to play. Play strong at this point, and unfortunately, just a lot of crowd control coming out and left and right. So, not making his job any easier. That's for sure.
And yeah, again, into the hunt for at least one more mouse to really have that secure round for the side of Vane Q. But you know what, placing some traps right here, but very predictive since the wedge of cheese is also there. That's the remaining cheese that they have to push. The positions of the mouse, however, are a bit far from the cabin. And just look at this, Cal, just really taking his time and fully guarding this wedge of cheese right here. So he goes up into the cabin area and just patiently waiting for the mice to go down.
Oh gosh. And okay. Kyle's still trying to look for those swipes onto a mouse, but you know, this is just super frustrating. Like every moment we catch Kyle in the midst of a chase, he gets hindered by these mice. But take note, it's taking a bit of a while for these mice to get that last cheese pushed in, and time is ticking. I mean, 3 minutes is still a lot to work with since there is only one wedge of cheese that we need to push from here on. And gonna be the strap to the rocket, in which case 12 seconds, and just gonna be the very fast rescue. These mice are not making it easy for Kael, that's for sure. Really putting up a strong fight here, but in a while, okay, was looking to bring him to a rocket, but not really gonna be the case. Gonna try to consistently bring a target in. How many seconds are we looking at? Nope, just straight up sayonara.
And sayonara indeed, and this is just going to really delay all the more the pushing of the wedge of cheese here for the side of Shadow at this point. So yeah, still sticking to the stones for Kael right here, just staying in this area to fully prevent them from pushing the cheese all through, and you know, maybe he'll just get the full dispatch if he has the choice to at this point.
Right. And this time around, I mean, piece of cheese is taking a while. I mean, you have a buff Jerry though, so
yeah.
I mean, that should make things that should make that last push a bit easier now. Things are just very chaotic in the midst of this last objective. Kyle just do what he can to get the swipe. It is taking a while, but gotta commend him for the patience, in which case, especially since he is dealing with only 2 mice at this page in time, just looking for that another swipe. He does only need to dispatch 1 more, and there you have it, guys. He finally finds his target and brings him to a rocket. Still a hefty number of seconds to go, though. So that other mouse is just gonna try to get the push in down at the lower decks. Ooh, nice transition, though.
Okay, dashes in towards that wedge of cheese. Devil Tuffy making his way to go for the save. Is the save going to connect? Is he gonna swat him up before it's too late? The save is gonna connect, but again, Magician Jerry is going to be the target here for Kyle. Ooh, Kyle falls down into that stairs. Was not able to swat down Magician Jerry. So this forces, you know, the crate being available to be destroyed at this point. So right now, Fade is just doing his best to destroy the crate, but he is going to be chased by Kyle right here.
Yeah, and Kyle doing what he can to establish a strong enough defense in this area. Looks like really going for a strong setup here. So these mice, of course, gonna look for whatever they can to make their plight of opening that crack a little bit easier, but not gonna lie, Kyle also has a lot of leeway to establish quite the death trap here. And all he needs is just 1 more mouse dispatch, so has a lot of objectives that he can work with here. I mean, like we said, this is already a win for the team that is VaneQ, so all is well. Hefty number of seconds again on that rocket though. Mouse is a bit on the farther side of the map, so still a bit of a way to go. Working on that crack, in which case, and looking to get it open. Some great progress is coming in, by the way, but goes straight down and gets the swipe, and that's going to be the win. We finally have our officially fourth finalist to enter the top 4, and it is going to be VaneQ. But massive kudos to Shadow for putting up a great fight. Like we said, it's been final quarterfinals of uncertainty, but I mean, finally things have gone off kilter, and it will lean towards VaneQ at the end of it all.
Indeed. So yeah, with that being said, a very messy fight coming in from both sides of the team. But yeah, the winner shall be prevailing, and it's going to be VaneQ this time around with the lightning performance back here. So still, like you mentioned, good job for Shadow for actually bringing on one of the intense fights that we have all through. And this is going to be the score points, ladies and gentlemen, with the whopping 8 points to none for the side of Shadow. And yeah, this is a total of 14 points for the side of VaneQ, and securing their spot for the semifinals tomorrow.
Yeah, lots of endurance that went into this match, in which case, because imagine having to deal with 2 rounds that went in ties. So it just doesn't, you keep on going into these mini best, like you go from a mini best of 2, so to speak, into a best of 1 all of a sudden. So great on which case, for VaneQ particularly, I think that was a definitive win for them. It's not like, oh, it came down to just a small points. Both rounds, both halves were phenomenally hit home run out of the park. So just good for them. And just like that, CR, we have our top 4. And I think we were able to whittle it down even further to the strongest here in this tournament. We have some clear favorites, I would say, but at the end of the day, just still much uncertainty still with who could be our champion. I'm pretty sure you guys in chat, right, have your favorites as well. But what we'll find out once we cross that bridge into the final day, in fact, of Tom and Jerry Chase here at Top Clans 2020. Very, very excited in which case.
Indeed. I mean, I'm pretty excited myself because, yeah, we were able to determine our top 4 participants to be fighting themselves out for the semifinals tomorrow. In a bit, we will be showing you the respective brackets and their journey on how they were able to secure their spots. But right now, for the side of MVP, it's still uncertain for me, so I'm just gonna have to wait for the MVP of our match for today. And yeah, guys, with those who are currently watching, we still have some giveaways for you today and tomorrow. So make sure to tune into that, and of course the lucky draw as well, ladies and gents. There are a lot of freebies for you guys to actually get right here. And if you want to witness and experience the action that we have right here, Tom and Jerry Chase is available to download in the App Store and Google Play. So as cartoony as it may seem, it's complicated once you get to play it, so give it a try.
Yeah. It's going to be very exciting for not just our players, but even for you guys in the audience as well, especially for those that have come to love the game that is Tom and Jerry Chase, one of the first tournaments that we get to watch here in Southeast Asia. And it's been great. It's been a very successful launch for the game so far, and feel very fortunate to be part of what could be a big phenomenon in gaming. Tom and Jerry Chase have been doing very, very well. If you guys haven't gotten the chance to download it yet, be sure to do so. Available on both Google Play and the App Store for iOS. So hope you guys continue to join us. Like I said, last 2 days, technically tomorrow will be the last day for some Tom and Jerry Chase action, but without a doubt, looking forward to more tournaments ahead that will be brought to us by NetEase. Lots of potential with this game. And aside from the teams that we have here, that have made to the Top Clans 2020 roster, moving forward, for those of you that aspire to play, hope we get to see you guys play as well. But here we have it. At the end of it all, it will be our MVP KL that was able to pull through in the end.
With the average score of 3,908, who was able to hit 4 times, tied them to the Rocketeer by 12 times, and dispatch 3 mice on the boat. So yeah, with that being said, that is going to be the conclusion of today's matches. In a bit, we will be showing you guys the result of what happened today. But, I'm just gonna beat you to it with, our respective teams securing their spot during match number 1. It was Space. Match number 2, it was Joyful. Match number 3, it was Behind. And finally, to lock it all up, it's going to be Team Vane Q.
Yeah, and oh gosh, it's been really great. We're very thankful to our audience for you guys sticking with us for these past few weekends of Top Clans 2020, and we hope you guys continue to support the tournament, in which case not just Tom and Jerry Chase, but all the other games that we have in store for you. It's been a long month, and again, as the slogan goes, this is passion. This tournament really supports our passion as gamers for not just the games, but even for the competition, esports, so to speak. And we really hope that more tournaments like this continue forward, especially during these times. It's great that we don't have these halt on activities. So anything, I've seen more tournaments come out in response to ongoing recent events, and it's great that we have these platforms that not only support our passion, but it also keeps our spirits up as well. That we all have something to look forward to. Our players have competition to look forward to, as far as what tournaments they have. And okay, you know what? Nonetheless, let's go ahead and review today's results, just so that everyone can get a preview of the teams that have made it. Will you do the honors?
Of course, as mentioned earlier, Team Space was the one for the win for the first match, then followed by Joyful. Team Behind and Vane Q are the teams who will be battling it out for tomorrow's semifinals. And once we get the remaining 2 teams, they will be the ones to fight it out into the grand finals for tomorrow. And this is going to be the bracket of their journey. So once again, these 4 teams to battle it out tomorrow for the semifinals, and the remaining 2 teams, let's see who gets the whopping 10,000 US dollars first prize for tomorrow.
Yeah, gonna be very exciting. Top 4 guys, and let's check out the schedule, in which case for the semifinals we have, starting it off strong, it'll be Space versus Joyful, followed by Behind versus Vane Q. And as we said, guys, there will be no dilly-dallying tomorrow. After our semifinals, we'll go straight to play our final match. Now, be sure to continue to support who among your top 4 you guys are rooting for. Is it going to be Space, Joyful, Behind, or Vane Q that makes it all the way as our Top Clans 2020 Tom and Jerry Chase victor? We have managed to whittle it down to the 4 of the biggest and baddest in Southeast Asia for such a fresh game, not to mention. So, gotta give kudos to these guys for reaching this level of competitive play this early on. But the reality of the situation is only one can emerge victorious at the end of the day.
And with that being said, Articuno, I think this is it for us into our day. But you know what, guys, for the viewers out there, we still have a lot of giveaways to give you for tomorrow, so you make sure to stay tuned into that with the giveaway codes and also the lucky draw. So yeah, I think this is going to settle us up off today's matches. Articuno, later on we will be passing it on to our host. But again, happy Halloween, guys, and thank you so much for having us here today.
Yeah, we're really happy that you could be part of the broadcast. For those of you that are tuned in on this lovely Saturday, we started in the afternoon, it is now evening, well, at least from the part of Southeast Asia
Yeah.
we're at, in which case, so it's been a great day for some competitive Tom and Jerry Chase. We hope you guys join us again tomorrow. It's gonna be quite the intense competition between our top 4 teams, and I'm really excited to. I'm really happy for these 4 teams as far as how far they've made it in the competition, and these guys are deserving of all the praise for making history, if you think about it. as this is the first time we have Tom and Jerry Chase in Top Clans 2020. And hopefully we have more of these tournaments in the future, and hopefully we see more of these teams, in fact, in the future. I would love to be able to cast these guys again soon, and it'll be quite the experience.
Of course, guys, for tomorrow's matches, it's going to be pretty interesting because after our semifinals, we have a very special lucky draw in store for you before we start the final match. So isn't that exciting, guys? Do go ahead and tune in to the live stream for tomorrow for you guys to, have a chance at winning that very special lucky draw.
Exactly. And we shall continue to bring you all the action here at Top Clans 2020. So it's been great in which case. So CR, I gotta ask you, do you have any particular favorites going into tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I'm pretty excited to see what Team Behind has in store for us because basically they showed us a whole lot of different level of dispatching mice right here for today's match. So I'm pretty excited if there are, more interesting strategies for them to come out for tomorrow. How about you?
Exactly. I'd have to agree with you. Like Behind as well has been an interesting team to look at. Because we were talking about how they looked great on paper, and just looking at how dominating their performance was. It's not just, looking at stats on paper, but actually seeing it come to life. They seem to be very well coordinated. Coordination, of course, applicable more so towards the teams which are playing on the mouse side. And then for the cat side as well, just very consistent performance that we've seen.
But you know what, Articuno? We will be seeing a lot of those matches tomorrow as we will be having our day for now with today's quarterfinals. And once again, we are your casters for today's quarterfinals. My name is Ciara, and with me is Articuno. We will be passing it on to Poppy, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you, casters, for bringing us such an exciting game today. And I've got an even more exciting news for our viewers. For tomorrow, we have prepared Halloween surprising big prize packs for our viewers. At 6 p.m. tomorrow, Tom and Jerry Chase SEA Invitational Grand Finals will give away $1,000 of gifts. So do remember to watch our streaming tomorrow, and don't forget to follow our official Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch TV channels for all Top Clan 2020's news and surprises. Again, thank you all for watching today, and tomorrow is the last competing day for Tom and Jerry Chase of Top Clans 2020. We'll be back with the final stage. Again, don't forget to watch our streaming tomorrow because we have prepared $1,000 of Halloween gifts for our viewers. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Don't forget to tune in. Happy Halloween. Goodbye.